Welcome back to HSE Nationals. My name's Infernosis. I'm joined here by Binks, aka Zayden, and it's finally time after a huge weekend of high school R6. We get to see the conclusion, the lower finals up first, and the winner of which gets to go off against Evergreen Valley, the spring champions, and very much so contenders, first or second guaranteed already, to go in and be the Nationals champions for this year, 2024.
It's looking to be an absolute crazy one, and we've seen comebacks, we've seen upsets, and now that we have the first seed taking on, I don't even know what seed, I've forgotten, because as we've said multiple times in this tournament, it seems like seeding has become relatively irrelevant. It just seems like both these teams are here to really contend for, and they've had a few days to rest, especially after the chaos that was this weekend.
Yeah, I believe it's the 8th seed. Yes, Palmdale is the 8th seed heading against Putnam, who is the first seed. And the reason why Putnam is that first seed, which is another reason why I don't think seeding is this super important thing right now in the grand scheme of HSEL Nationals for this season in particular, is because Evergreen Valley did not play in fall. They played in spring. Had they played in fall, the result could have been very different and may have been the case. This was their first season inside of HSEL, and in doing so became that spring champion team and are looking to become the team that steps in for HSE Nationals. It would be probably the single best step into a league you could ask for as any roster, let alone whether it's collegiate, pro, semi-pro, or here in high school or even middle school for MSEL. So huge congratulations to them. They're setting up a big stone, but Putnam, they were the first seed. They still are that first seed because they took home that fall trophy, and then they seeded fairly well and placed fairly well in this spring season. So they get that well-deserved first seeding spot, but they did get dropped by Evergreen Valley in a pretty decisive victory up in the upper rounds and the upper brackets still. And that's what sent them down here, waiting on Palmdale to meet them, who has upset every single team on their way here as the number 8 seeded team. And they very well may have their chance to do the same thing here to the number 1.
Very much so, and we have a pretty interesting scenario here where these teams are not necessarily playing to go at a map disadvantage. They're playing to go and have a chance at the finals, and all they're losing is going to be a map pick, which means we still have a very real finals on our hand with whichever team gets the extra warm-up of winning this match than going on to the next one. It all depends on your perspective. It's either a warm-up or they're going to be a bit tired. You know what? You've mentioned it a million times that these players have the endurance from playing video games all day. It does not even feel like you're trying. It is very mentally draining, but you enjoy every single minute of it, especially when you're winning. So I feel like whichever team comes out of this, they'll have the extra energy going into that final. And Putnam City or Palmdale, they both got to have a lot of energy, especially after a long Wednesday at school.
It's summer though, right? Is it still technically summer? I feel like this is summer.
Canadian schools are on a different schedule. I actually have no idea.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's summer. It's like a month after.
End of June for us.
Yeah, it's typically summer's like 10 days into May is I think what it is. At least that's what it is down south, at least. In like Georgia, Alabama, Florida things. It's usually about 10 days into May. And then you're free from May up until when school starts up again. So yeah, about 2 months of summer vacation, 3 months. So they would still squarely be in summer vacation. Feel free to correct us if you're wrong. We'll gladly say, hey, you got to deal with this and schoolwork. That's just an unfortunate time to be in. But this does mean they could stay up a little bit later, and they may have to, considering the lower finals games is starting at 7 p.m. at night or 6 p.m. CT at night, which means that grand finals games will be maybe even starting at 8 if we're lucky, if it goes to 2 maps and only goes to 2 maps, or maybe even 9, which means this game could very well go, if it goes to all 3 maps, up to midnight, because R6, man, do we love having 60-minute matches, especially if they go to OT. It's basically guaranteed to reach an hour.
It's absolutely insane. But our first map is going to be Oregon, followed by Border and a decider of Chalet. If you remember Border, Palmdale had an absolutely bonkers comeback on that map to go and seal the deal relatively quick. But for Putnam City to choose Oregon, you said it last time, it is where good teams come to die. And if we're going to look at an upset on any map, I think Oregon's the map we got to look directly at. However, if I remember correctly, in our post-game interview with Esteban, a distinct quote that we even laughed about off air, that if Putnam City watched it, was saying, honestly, we haven't played Oregon for months. It's our least favorite map, so we really don't like it. And here we are yet again playing Oregon.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision, that's for sure.
Maybe
but it's a
reverse
wise
psychology.
decision. It's a very wise decision. This not being banned makes me actually very curious because we know what the picks were. It was, you know, picking up Oregon, giving Palmdale defense, Palmdale picking border, and then of course the decider, should it be required, being Chalet. We know the order in which it was done, but the bans themselves would have intrigued me. What did Palmdale ban first that would have taken priority over Oregon after the performance that they felt wasn't good enough or maybe not where they wanted it to be, and how they reacted to having to play that map last time? I'm very curious as to what it's going to be. Hopefully a producer or somebody who has that can send that to me at some point so I can just be like, okay, this makes a little bit of sense. But as it is right now, I can't envision what map could possibly go before it. Everyone should know Oregon. So the idea that they do not know it enough is kind of jarring and shocking. We'll see if that'll work out in Palmdale's favor. Sorry, in Putnam City's favor, I guess I should say, as they're hitting up on the attack in round 1. 45 seconds in already, Zayden, and while there hasn't been a first blood just yet, we have seen Putnam City start to explore more avenues of approach and fairly concisely clear out the majority of this first floor control if it wasn't for Esteban having snuck back down the main stairwell off into classroom and prowling around now towards Zulu and hunting for anyone in Putnam City. But it's JoJo who finds that first blood, and it's Break at the other end of it that goes down.
Great opening frag, especially on the gridlock, someone that could shut down those rotations in such a clear way. Breeze is also in a very sticky situation at the top of White Stairs, and the crazy thing about this second floor assault is that you have so many different micro battles that are going to go on at the same time, as all these defenders are just trying to hold the one angle they have. And the problem is for Palmdale's defense, the moment they start to lose one player, it could collapse the entire thing. But it's not even going that way, as we have a crazy man advantage, basically down to a 2v4 as Reese's is down on the White Stairs and might not be able to get revived, but it looks like Snuff is going to be there. Snuff being one of the key players that Palmdale even talked about being very wary of with their raw fragging potential.
Yeah, the Zykes is the one we were very concerned about, saying they had to step into big shoes, big roles overall again. And if you fail to do so, your team can start to struggle, and maybe the mental of yourself can start to struggle. But Putnam City were on the back burner for quite a while in this round. Now Palmdale is starting to bite the bullet, quite literally. Off goes one, Snuffed able to find them. Red Swan gets a refrag, evening the odds back from a 3v2 to a tied 2v2. With 30 seconds left, Father Time's going to start to join into this matchup here, Zayden. That'll make this very quickly an advantageous position for the defenders to be squaring themselves up within. As Palmdale's Red Swan still sitting off towards tower on the second floor, very aware of a Candela tossed from above, but Tuck can't get the kill. You isolate the gunfight, and now the diffuser's squarely in their hands. Eventually, you DC Snuff take down Red Swan, but it's just a matter of time for JoJo. Hide away in this corner, tuck yourself back, and wait for the swing. They have to step to a site, and they have to stick this plant. JoJo has guaranteed a round win, as Putnam Snuff will save the KD at the very minimum here. And a round victorious with the defenders on a map they don't even know that well, per their own quote.
I'm questioning if it might be reverse psychology. Maybe they went and said, okay, they're definitely taking us to Oregon right now. Get to the drawing board, and they've just gone and prepped themselves.
You're playing there to die. Your best case scenario is to hold on to the diffuser for as long as possible. You either get 3 kills out of nowhere, or you scrape away as many as you can before you eventually die. Red Swan plays their role to a T. Understanding the position in front of you, where you've been placed, and the circumstances that have put you there will do you wonders. Red Swan was a player that we highlighted so many times, Zayden, just this weekend. Not as much as we saw Braum quite a few times step up pretty crazy. Esteban as well with great roam game and the ace we saw towards the end as well. Everyone on Palmdale stepped up big, but Red Swan was a very consistent player. And if I had to pick a team of 5 players who were consistently good, between players who were great in moments and occasionally didn't perform up to their standards, I'd pick the consistency team every single time. Because a team can win you games, and Palmdale has that team. And they're the number 8 seeded team heading into this, and hoping that this underdog team steps up to put Putnam City in their place and send themselves through to hopefully take down Evergreen as well, though as difficult as that may be.
Putnam City's had a great roam clear, and you could see how they immediately started closing off and putting the map in a little bit of a quadrant style. That's very pivotal for when you're attacking this basement, as it ensures you won't have a late round flank, something that we saw at Palmdale fall victim to in their last matchup. Interesting to see if that will continue, or as the match goes on, we might have a little bit of sloppiness with the mental decay that you have with any single siege game. Great use of the Skyros pellets, especially when you don't have to worry too much about opening those hatches, because you have the Yin Candelas from blue, as well as those can openers to help out with that. One thing I also want to highlight is the rotations we've seen of players. We have players rotating all around the map, trying to cover different rotates, and Snuff eventually going to get that first kill as they spread out and start their assault right onto the basement site.
Laylu, where they're going, where they've been, I'm not too sure, but Palmdale has refused to swing them. I don't even think they realize the player's this directed inside already. Down goes your bunker player. There is cover from Red Swan. Now being crossed over. Nitro toss. Though it saves them for just a moment, it's not going to be long enough as the soft wall keeps them separated. Estepan, DB and Owing finishing with the secondary. And a tight swing from Red Swan can maybe keep them off of this diffuser, but they're sticking through with this one player in E-Box. Cutoff being held, but Estepan fails to stay alive with Red Swan. 38 seconds and ticking. Time is on Red Swan's side, but the factor of success is Putnam City on low HP. Snuffed. Gumine in the ankle forced to rotate, and Tuck swiftly upstairs watching the hatch from above. And Red Swan knows it. Just needs to play for the tightest angle possible. You have no idea they're there, Tuck, do you? And they don't. It's a 3K for Red Swan, and 2 rounds back to back for this one man to close up for Palmdale. 2-0 against Putnam City.
What a shutdown, playing the 1v1s. You can go and break that down, and I'd love to do VOD review on that round, even from the Palmdale perspective, where Putnam City did almost everything right, Scott. Up until getting that case down, they were doing a great job. It just came down to the fact that when they had that 2v1, they did not play for their numbers. There was no flank drone set up for it to give proper information. It just came down to those final moments. The trade game was great. It was a great round from both these sides, doing exactly what you're supposed to on your respective ends. But it came down to the fact that there was a great rotation and then isolating those 1v1s. When you're in a 2v1, get to a very safe position. If you have someone that can very clearly hear the diffuser, both of them, I'd even go, if you know they're playing inside of elbow, play around pillar, hold it, no need to swing, no need to get extra aggressive and think that one position space. Take the guaranteed coverage that you know you already have. That's going to be the most important and allows you to cut off the rotate, but I can't take away from Red Swan's 3K there. That was absolutely gorgeous. And we didn't have a chance to really talk and explain some of these bans with the type of operators that they're taking. Palmdale's been taking that Echo. I wouldn't be surprised if it's target banned on their own map of border, just because of the amount of denials we see. And Putnam City did delay a good bit there, to the point that if Red Swan can continue to be consistent, staying alive to the end of the round, which they've done thus far, that would very well bode for a great denial, especially on a tertiary bomb site like meeting room and kitchen, where you have all this open space that you need to clear, and these obscure angles become that much more important.
Honestly, for Putnam, what lost them that round was not their initial step up. It felt like you said, it was the post plan. It was the setup they needed after getting the diffuser down, and the setup to get the diffuser down. I would love to talk more about it, but they're actually going for a full rush through Green Hall and in towards kitchen. I think this is just Laylu trying to step to kitchen. They don't actually need to play here. More likely than not, they would have just tried to play it inside meeting, but Tuck's gonna go for default, it seems. Stepping off for just a moment, but Putnam City do not want to give me the time to talk about that basement attack that failed. They want to go straight to the dirty work here on the next attacking round for your tertiary bomb site of choice for Palmdale. It's not really doing them any favors. Zeskis and Estepan, now the only 2 remaining. Estepan noticing off, one towards Link, stuck inside Zulu. There's a drone hole nearby. No one for Putnam City. Will test the waters in that direction. Maybe a bit of a fruitless endeavor. Reach and rotate inside of security was never made for the defense of Palmdale, which now makes this much more difficult for Estepan. But the damage is going both directions. It's just not coming to any conclusions for either side until Rezes puts an end to the Estepan foray. One more chance for Zeskis. 4 more players they'd have to cut through in 10 seconds in this round. All but guaranteed, and there it is for Putnam City. Speed apparently is the name of the game here, Zayden. It just gave them their first round win.
You just have to catch Palmdale asleep, where they're still getting set up. We know they had an intricate setup, as you often do for a lot of tertiary bomb sites. And I often found that whenever I was coming up with a strat, or if I needed to go and critique something, I look at how intricate these third bomb sites are. And if you look at any level of play, they require the most amount of work to make efficient. You see players running specific routes to get things done in time, most of it, where you're trying to make a less viable site more viable and actually favor you, which is very difficult to do. And what that means is oftentimes you can catch your opponent if they aren't expecting it, or if they have even a bit too complicated of an approach where they don't have preset precautions ready. You can catch them off guard, you can catch them lacking, get a quick plan in that flips the entire round on its head, because normally what you'd see is teams are methodical, go clear that top floor and there's a whole bunch of gunfights you can try to use to your advantage, or if they're going meeting, you can go and try to use those amplified scopes and contend from big tower. We saw none of that. The good old-fashioned rush was exactly what was needed, and I'm not surprised that we saw the blitz even. We saw some crazy blitz plays over the weekend. And I expect that the blitz play will continue, especially as we go hurtling towards Border and Chalet.
Actually, how Palmdale got through Oregon, right? It was the blitz, right? It was what gave them the shot in the first place. A blitz in 2024, securing you a victory in a 1v3. It still is one of the more memorable moments of the weekend, if not the most memorable moment from the weekend. It's something that will need to be replicated on this map for either side. It seems like a blitz is going to be a high key operator choice in play. It just separates sidelines, so it is very, very important. Putnam City, though, 30 seconds into this round, and no one has cleared out small tower. Braum has prepped this for a run out, and maybe he's hearing some audio cue of a player just outside their window, but it's actually just tucking themselves away to do a little bit of droning, and that may just be the undoing there. Shooting out that window and now puts Tuck in a spot where they should be aware there is a player there, but yet no noise has been made. I guess you just don't like the idea on the defense of extending out from there, Braum, as you'll instead say maybe there's a Claymore. Not a single one brought for Putnam City. This would have been a big missed opportunity for Palmdale to try to claw back that first death Esteban. Now it just gets even more dirty. 2-0 in terms of kill counts for this round. JoJo's down. You have to climb this back, Palmdale, and the defense stands strong. Climbing in for 2 in a row. Tuck and Rez is no longer standing. Leilu, this plant down off in game room. Default has covering fire from Break from Bottomatic and snuffed up close and personal. But the shots from Kids Room, too much to contend with a Mark 14 EBR. The ankle of Snuffed is clearly visible. And now it's just a floorboard game for the remaining Putnam players. Leilu still inside games room. And Break down below, trying to make sure nobody could go for the eventual defuse. Z-Skis off with their head is Leilu. And it's Break alone playing the Z-Hall. Defuse going through. A player is eventually spotted. Break still has 2 more they'll have to cut through. Braum sticking the defuse. Is there time? No cover for it. It's a 4K for Break. And there's no chance for Z-Skis. They'd have to stick it. But it just can't happen. Putnam City 2 rounds in a row, and Break's the hero to play with.
I call that an ace clutch. They didn't get the last kill. I'm going to call it honorary because they denied long enough. Break was the difference maker in that entire round. The choice to go down below and was not spotted out, not called out, not adequately worked towards makes all the difference. You don't even have to challenge the gunfight there. You can go and just fire bullets in their general direction so they can't look up and just force the swing from either direction. Very big misstep from Palmdale, not ready for that verticality. Putnam City got a tip by Captain Break as they single-handedly almost entered into the site, got all the required kills, got to the post plant, and continued to put in that work. Absolutely astonishing. Evening out to a 2-2 does not bode well for Palmdale. You want to have, especially starting on the defensive end, you should be having that 4-2 split, and you should be gunning right towards that 4-2 split. The tertiary bomb site's the one you're expecting to lose. And based off this operator selection, Scott, I would not be surprised if we see even the same sort of rush mentality, possibly in through blue, trying to catch Palmdale. Not ready. And unprepared once again.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
How many times this weekend was in an even game? Too many truly to count. As we get into the final 2 rounds of this first half, we're sitting square at a 2-2 even footing where Palmdale had such a solid start, a substantial leap forward, and it almost seemed like Putnam City were going to struggle for the remainder of the half. For that speed and swiftness, they utilized that blitz 4 on attack through Kitchen Hall and through Green Hall. Breathe new life into Putnam City, and the second floor assault worked out even better, some would say.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
This defense from Palmdale will be greatly assisted by the objective of choice. Now heading down into the basement. Electric Claw has been spotted by Break A, making sure they get the job done. They'll let the Twitch drone come on over, but that's cleared out. No drone remaining in terms of Twitch drones for Putnam City and Palmdale. They've done enough to keep that Electro Claw alive, but a simple Z-ping once again could maybe give them the chance to fire through upon it with a soft wall, but Snuff just swings forward. We'll take this with an ego peek and take JoJo alongside the utility. 1 Electro Claw cleared, 2 cleared, and hunting for the last one there. They lose Break Hay in the process. They have to be very wary of the possibility of a bunker player Nitro, which goes a bit too far and leads to no success. There's the easy breach now inside meeting. There's your E-box drop, and there's Putnam City's point of entry now to the objective if they can utilize Pillar alongside it quite well.
This has been a great setup from Putnam. Good, clear communication, and they have a goal that they are all working towards. Having control of Pillar is going to be absolutely pivotal. Spray from Blue, they built to find Brown, working their way in. Blue spraying right towards Freezer. Meanwhile, Snuff is going in for the plant. Blue continuing to spray. The best part about an LMG is all the magazine capacity you have. Z-Ski is able to take out Tuck. Plant successful. Now we're going to have Palmdale trying to spring the trap, but it's not going to happen. Rez is able to find one. Z-Ski's on a double. They're on a tear. Can they connect? On to Rezis, going for the long arm. The Nomad is going to have to swing this from the other side. Catches them looking. Spray, can't connect. 20 seconds to go. Gonna have to reset. Spray from Z-Skis, the triple kill to give Palmdale the lead and the opportunity at a 4-2 split.
Defenders disable the diffuser. Defenders win.
Z-Skis has been given the jaws of life for Palmdale. The shots from Putnam, the shots out from Rezes cannot be contained, cannot be controlled. That saves Z-Ski's life and their chance. They can stick the remainder of that defuser. To defuse the defuser, because R6 is weird like that. And put Palmdale squarely up at a round advantage heading into the final round of this first half. And if Palmdale can just secure the secondary mainstay objective, the one that they were fairly close on against Putnam City, but they had to have a Harry of Break secure them the round victory from down below in Z, which will now no longer be as viable of an option as it was previously. I think this is a good shot for Palmdale to take Oregon, as a team would expect positively for the defensive side. 3-3 is fine. They've guaranteed that they will not lose out on the advantageous side of defense in the map of Oregon. It's just a matter of trying to give as much of an edge as possible to the attacking side. Because as we've mentioned nearly all weekends here, Zayden, it feels like so many teams right now in HSE Nationals, all but Evergreen, I should say, have been a very defender-sided and oriented rosters. Attacking seems to struggle, and Putnam has been pretty good at it. But attacking has always been the weak point, it seems, for nearly every team we saw the entire weekend. And Palmdale was definitely one of those teams where the attack tended to struggle more than their defense did, because their defense, when they would shine, like we see in a couple of these rounds, they were a blinding, flashing light. The attack never met the same level of light, the same level of glory their defending side was able to lead themselves into. As you see Putnam City breaching out a castle barricade nonchalantly, the old natural way. But they lose out on Leilu on the crossfire across from your teammate. Drone work goes for Z-Skis. While Z-Skis has a chance to take down another, they'll do it. They lose JoJo in the process. That's Snuff still standing, clearing out Armory, ensuring main is no longer an option, and waiting for the team to start getting breaches up on tower wall to help them clear out attic.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Break will go down. Do we have a possible interrogation happening right now? And we do! Interrogation! You better run, Snuffed! Everybody knows your location. Same with Reses up in tower. They're gonna have to go on the rappel. I dismissed the Caviera, Scott, but I was not expecting that one. Esteban will clean up knowing the location. Spraying outside, Brom will go with the two-way information game. What a play from Palmdale to ensure the 4-2 split. Now that one was unexpected.
It's a huge gamble. It is the very definition of hit hard or get hard, hit harder. If your Caviera fails to step up, if your Caviera fails to be a fruitful pick, all you have are the weapons in her pocket. And I'm going to break it to you here softly, or maybe not so softly. Cav's weapons are terrible. The pistol got nerfed way too far into the ground. The SMG, the M12, isn't nearly as good as it used to be. And it's such a hard space for Caviar to fit within in the current meta of R6 competitive. But if you can find the gap, if you can find the pocket to tuck yourself into, to hide yourself squarely away within, then you can find those interrogations and the perfect player to do it on as well in that round for Palmdale. You had left the final two remaining for Putnam City, split off on total opposite ends of the map. One in Armory and one still off in C3 of Tower. You were looking at a perfect execution, your freebie one, to then let your team isolate the few remaining that have no chance to help each other out in the process.
10 seconds to go.
It is a well-deserved Palmdale win, and the sacrifices they make, the desperate measures they take, pan out for them to give them that lead heading into halftime, where they now step up on the attack, pushing arguably the most difficult to attack objective in all of R6. The basement side on Oregon, where Palmdale step up with no shield. Twitch drone, Habana, Capital asphyxiation bolts, hopefully to clear out Pillar and or Harry Potter, and Esteban on the buck, which may be a hard-pressed piece of utility of that skeleton key to make great use of here, just because of the basement having nearly no breakable floorboards above their heads, allowing you to squarely tuck yourself in basement with no problem and turtle yourself away.
One of the biggest problems we've had with Palmdale is their operator selection, especially on attack, where very rigid and stuck playing some comfort operators. And yes, sometimes that is a very important thing to do to ensure that you are comfortable getting your kills. We're gonna have a run out from break. Hey, we'll see if we can have someone hop off the drone quick enough. Red Swan will fall. There goes your Habana. That's an extremely unexpected play. I gotta give big props to Break Hay on that one, as you can do that once, get away with it, but now it's a matter of, can you rotate back to your objective? And do you even need to? If there's pressure not being put on, you have to make sure, if you're in the shoes of Palmdale, you're now putting pressure onto the objective. You've got two players that are about to spring the trap. Great job by Reses, and they're gonna have to see a big fight back from both Esteban and Brahmas. They're still stuck clearing upstairs. They haven't even made their way towards the basement. And with a minute and 26 to go, it's going to be littered with Legion goo mines. Putnam City has set themselves up for success.
Esteban's watching from up above. Down goes your teammate at Braum, and you know the player is going to have to swing up the remainder of that staircase. You fall back to Zulu. Managed to secure at least the pickup and the refrag towards Reses. But 60 seconds left, Zayden, and this is not a whole lot of time for a single player with very limited utility to make the right steps in towards site. Skeleton key will be useful here, though, at the least. Clear out the hatch right above laundry entrance. And could be useful here as well, up inside Armory Hall. If Esteban knows how to clear the floorboards directly above the staircase, leading that you're up here, and maybe assume that you can, Esteban could just be treating this as a timeout for Palmdale. A lot of times you can have an extension away, a sit back moment to talk things through with your team, but they're still pressing towards them, and Putnam City don't want to give them the time to do so. Fallback being made. Esteban will extend in through staircase, down laundry steps. Now off towards laundry, spots away one. Shots are connecting from either side, but not enough nearly for Esteban to get the go-ahead. The mirror window will be used. Leilu gets DBNO'd. Player holding hallway, one in freezer. No need to even stand up for it. The goo mine will get the job done. That's a Putnam City defensive round win in the basement, proving too difficult for Palmdale to take over.
It's a tough site, Scott. It's a real tough one, especially when you lose your hard breach of Habana, someone you could really rely on. Of course, in that Habana being Red Swan, someone that you've talked about, that consistency, you want them alive late in every single round. That's why they're playing the support. You know they have that high clutch potential. You want to make sure that you keep them alive. So we're probably going to see a very different route being taken from Palmdale and a lot more caretaking of each and every operator. And there's the illustrious Blitz making a reappearance from Brum, who used it to great avail previously. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Is Breakay on the Souls able to constantly see that Blitz because of the electricity of the shield?
No.
No. Oh, that must be a change. I remember being able to see it.
I don't think that's a thing. There's no way.
Really?
I do not. I know now I have to look this up. You're making me question myself at R6. I have never heard of that in my life.
I remember that being one of the things. I've never been able to play and see the interaction just because of how rare it is most of the time to see a Blitz.
You can use it every time he uses his gadget.
Yeah, wait, is there like a cooldown, or is it like a flash thing where it's just like, oh, there it is?
It's when
Or
his
is it
flash
just during
goes.
that
It's like
cooldown?
has a timer for how long it's visible.
Okay, okay. It just seems like it's
I
constant.
think
Yeah,
I may
it's-
be wrong. That would be crazy. Oh yeah, you're right. Actually, you're right. Blitz is
Oh, my
unless
goodness.
it's on his back. Unless it's on his back.
There we go. Note it down. I corrected
It is true.
it.
That is actually a crazy counter. Great point, Zayden. That is I've never seen a Solus use to counter a Blitz before, and that is a pretty heavy interaction cost. That's going to put the Blitz as a hard pressed issue to try to bring it around when a Solus is on the board.
We'll see if it's utilized, though. I'm interested to see if Breakay will catch on to it, or if this is a calculated thing to be doing, because you still have to spot the Blitz first, and you got that timer on it. So we'll see exactly what happens here, because you also have the album to go and tell you exactly what you're doing, and it's going to be very clear to clear up Breakay as soon as possible, especially since they're aware of this roam. It's not going to do you much good knowing where this Blitz is if you don't have the ability to go and relay that information to your team, or if you're on the opposite side of the map. It's just going to be like, oh crap, he's coming towards me.
Jojo, your job here is arguably the most important it's ever been as the roam clear, as the assurance factor of Palmdale in the attack. If you can't clear away Breakay, then you only have 4 agents, 4 operators on your entire roster. That's just going to be the unruly fact of the matter. You need to make sure that Solus is dealt with. You need to make sure the roam clear is dealt with. You're the only player to do so with the Inox scanners. You don't even have a Nomad to watch with an air jab on the flank. And Breakay still has not been forced back to site. They will play as long as humanly possible, extended away from the objective. But when they extend upwards, imagine it to be a deadly force to contend with. Putnam City, they get first blood, but the credit doesn't last for too much longer. Red Swan gets 2, though they fall. The flank comes in, and Breakay deals enough to assist. Shots to the bottomatic drop. Palmdale can't make it anywhere. But Breakay and Snuff, the top 2 players for Putnam City who have put them here in the first place, are still remaining against Esteban, the ace, and the interviewee themselves from Palmdale. They'll have to be so much more careful. 25 seconds. And just around every corner, there could be a player. But it's not this corner. It's the far corner. It's Bottomatic, and it's an MPX from Snuffed. The shots are too much, and the audio cue keys you in. Putnam City's defense plays a perfect first 2 rounds, and Palmdale's lead they gained at halftime has already been squandered.
Okay, if you're in the shoes of Palmdale here, Scott, this feels like your must-win round. You're going to a tertiary bomb site. You got to be very, very ready for it. And the Blitz is being very hard countered. And we even saw that the Solus was very clearly able to identify the blitz and give that extra audio cue to know exactly what sort of progress to start. And because you always know blitz is going to be at the front of the offense, you know exactly how far they've made it, and you can relay that to your team based on the distance away. So that's a very clear amount of information. But going towards a site like this, last time we saw the rush, I don't expect to see a rush from Palmdale. They've been very methodical on their approach, and I expect to see a lot more of a vertical clear. Wouldn't be surprised if we see one of these players switch over towards a ram. However, with how much they've been hinging, we saw an actual round where I believe the entire verticality of an approach towards kitchen and meeting was shut down because the vertical operator was dismantled early on.
10 seconds to go.
So it'll be an interesting dynamic to see here. And of course, the information game from Putnam City. Also taking the Valkyrie in this sort of situation is them going and investing in that late round, trying to make sure they can understand where their team's coming from. But only having one C4 also in the hands of Breake on the Valkyrie, I was expecting maybe a little bit more if we were going to go for a bit of denial down below from kitchen looking up towards bedroom. That will not be the case, however.
We know the speed was the name of the game for Putnam City, and I can't help but feel like Palmdale are going to try to do the exact same thing here. Just on the opposite side, a master bedroom take. 3 players upstairs, just outside on balcony.
Bomb located by attackers.
Garage under control for Braum. Putnam City, though they have a huge extension up to the 2nd floor. I think 3 out of the total 5. They don't really have any hard breach now. They don't have much utility upstairs, which is as expected. But that is 3 players that will be having to deal with the 5 from Palmdale ready to go at them. There's the ram drone through the kids' dorm window. Very well tossed. Very great use of that utility. But Palmdale don't get the lucky break they're asking for. Restapon goes down. Braum from White Stairs gets no more luck. And Leilu strikes again for JoJo. A 4 versus 2 on the extension for Putnam City. The 2nd floor still holds strong as Leilu lies within the kids' dorm side just behind bunk bed. Their teammate of Rez's knocks Z-Skis off the board. And it's only Red Swan now waiting to be humbled and tucks the one to do it. Putnam City on the defense is flawless up to this point now. And Satan, it looks hard pressed to keep them out of the 2nd map of Border this soon.
Palmdale, Putnam's really come alive. Palmdale is going to need to pick things up in a very dramatic manner. Players I'm really looking for. JoJo's been doing a great job on the ace, but they need to put themselves in more of a position to work around another player, whether they're the one getting traded out or they're the ones playing for the trade. I've seen the individuality come a lot more into play in the 2nd half, and I don't like it from Palmdale. I don't need individual superstar plays, something that we've loved about the play from Palmdale, especially with them being a lower team, is their ability to talk and communicate together. Last time we talked to this team, they were on a roll. There was no shutting them down because they said, no, we want this match. We want to keep going. We want to keep playing. We also talked about that mental hurdle that has been a little bit tough for them. They said that when they were playing over the weekend, it was some of the best Siege that they've been playing for their entire careers, like entirety as a team. All because of the mental game that they were able to play, all of their ability to play off of each other. If they're having trouble to get going and starting to get a little bit flustered now that Putnam City's had 3 consecutive rounds, that's where you got to be worried. That's where you have to make sure you have someone on the team that can go and say, pause, we know what's happening, we can recognize the destructive cycle. How are we going to fix this? Very interesting dynamic, Scott, and I'm looking forward to seeing how Palmdale can answer on one of the arguably most difficult sites to attack.
80% is understanding that you have a problem. 20% is fixing it. Actually, let me rephrase that. 80% is understanding you have a problem and accepting you have that problem. 10% is finding the solution, and 10% is employing that solution. To realize you have problems as a team, to say, yeah, we're playing out of our minds right now, but it's still not enough, means there's still more to do. And some teams are very quick to understand and very quick to adjust on that. Right now, Palmdale are stuck in that spot. This will be a make it or break it territory moment for them on this first map. They need to understand there is a solution that is here somewhere, and they need to find it. Right now, a lot of that solution is fairly simple. Refrag. Find more space safely. A little bit more due diligence on your drone work will get you a whole lot more safely into these first entry gunfights, where it feels like the frags for Palmdale are very evenly split between all of their players, which I mentioned was a highlight point for their team. It can also be a problem point for their team. They need their entries to guarantee these first kills. They need their entries to be able to trade out. And right now, everyone's having to fulfill that role, and everyone's having to step up. But they do get the 2 first bloods they asked for. Tuck and Snuffed off the board. 2 big players. Leilu is still standing, and so is Brake on that roam, using the Solus util. It's your Warden of Leilu, though, who's playing with the diffuser. Off with Estepan. Brake with the P90 to Red Swan, and Rezis with the T5 to Braum. It's Z-Skis alone. In a 1v3, 1 player peeking Harry Potter door. And though you hold Tarp, there's no more. It's 2 pushing upon you, and Putnam City guarantee it.
That's how you close out a round. Putnam City losing the player count. Palmdale not able to properly capitalize them. We've seen them be so proficient at closing off these rounds and closing off as soon as they get that early man count. Not able to do it in that scenario. The Yin Candela not properly prepared. You knew there was a ward in there. And it was a bit of a false sense of security. Gotta confirm all of that information. So very imperative. What could be our final round, or our final rounds are going to be played up on kids' dorms. Important part about this objective is the verticality that we've seen in the past. Whether it's holding a diffuser from down below or pushing your opponents out of position from down below. Palmdale's gonna have to rely on that gun skill and as well as that flank watch. Still sticking to the blitz. Not sure if they are aware of the counter that is Solus. It doesn't seem like common knowledge. It's a very obscure sort of counter that you would probably not expect. But the IQ also being swapped off means that the Valkyrie is going to be much more important. This time around, having 2 sets of nitro cells, as well as some impact nades in blue and Brake. Lots of different mechanisms in this round that could play into each other. No longer Warden, so the 3 sets of flashes and 1 set of smokes will also have a greater impact. And it all comes down to how exactly these players plan on using this utility. Especially with Braum being quick to enter in. Last time they overextended, not being aware of the angles that they had to watch. If that continues, it would be very worrisome. But only time will tell, Scott. As with 2 minutes and 25, Palmdale, more than anything, need an entry frag.
Palmdale almost shot themselves in the foot here, not having that Dokkaebi. Banning out Dokkaebi just gives Solus free reign. Brake is given a field day access in the second half. They almost alone have been a big reason for why Putnam City have won a lot of their defensive positions, even in round 5, where we saw them hold the post plant from below. It came off of, or sorry, round 4, it came off of a defensive position from an attacking excellence to get the plant down. Once you planted, you're now on the defense. Brake has been there to give that to the Putnam City side. Whether it's the drones, whether it's the IQ scanner, whether it's the Blitz Shield, whether it would be the Jackal Inox scanner, which is another reason why Solus is so difficult to deal with here on Oregon. You need the Dokkaebi. And Palmdale banning that's just given free reign to Brake. I would have argued the Fenrir would have been even easier to let up in comparison to this Solus right now with how good Brake has been going at them. Who, speaking of which, just knocked off another Palmdale player. It's a 4 versus 2, stepping into the final 70 seconds here. And Palmdale are left with no hard breach. Barely any utility. A Blitz Shield and an IQ, and the tandem duo. They're similar in their release. Not very similar in the way they have to play this. And the drone work isn't enough to keep JoJo safe. They have to watch themselves fall. And Braum has to watch as they'll be snuffed in by Brake as well. First map already over, and it's Putnam City putting on a showcase in the second half. Flawless lights out, quite literally, to bury Palmdale, giving them nothing in that second half to take this map 7-4.
I really appreciate the work that was put in from Putnam City in that match. They were down 4-2 going into that split. Meanwhile, they went and put on an absolute masterclass of a defense there on Oregon. And I got to be completely honest with you, Scott. They gave up very, very little. In rounds that it looked like, I want to go and highlight. I think the moment that Putnam City won that round was off that basement defense, the second time, putting them towards match point. The moment they won that, even after being down in man count, told me, okay, this is a team that very well understands the rules that need to be played here on Oregon. And it wasn't that same sloppy, oh, it's the first few rounds. We're not used to covering each other's backs as much. We've been playing ranked the last few days. We didn't have a scrim. They did a great job of playing towards each other, and it really, really showed. They woke up, played for the trades. Even in that final round, we saw a lot of low risk. You saw that and knew it was a blitz. We saw the consideration from Breakade to push up and continue the assault, backing up and taking the extra angle, knowing that the blitz is going to have to run towards them, using the head level on the main stairs. Every single element of that was very, very clear cut. And especially with it being a Solus, I think that it's only fitting that we go and we talk about one of our sponsors, Oakley, because HSEL Nationals 2024 is presented to you by Oakley. Elevate your gaming experience with the Holbrook Latch and Helix, a gaming eyewear collection designed with precision and style. Oakley's gaming glasses are engineered to provide ultimate comfort and superior protection against eye strain and fatigue. Experience sharper visuals and reduce glare thanks to Oakley's advanced lens technology. Leveling up your gaming experience and protect your eyes with Oakley's Holbrook Latch and Helix gaming eyewear. Explore the collection today at oakley.com and see the difference for yourself. We saw the Warden and the Souls be absolutely pivotal in that match, and I consider that we might not be able to see them again in that next map.
Yeah, it'll be hard-pressed to find as many uses out of those specific operators for Border, because you're going to be playing to counter them specifically. Solus is good on Oregon, but there's no reason she should be as good as she was there. And it's purely because with the Dokubi banned out, everything you could possibly use to hunt, to target that Solus is no longer an option. You have to play passive denial. And there was a gridlock in play for a little bit, and there needed to be a nomad in play, because how many times did we see that Solus sneak away a kill, sneak away 2 kills, and ultimately be a huge factor for success for that Putnam side? Too many to count. Too many in the first place for the Palmdale side to allow to go the other way. But with that, that's a problem for map 1. They'll have to see if map 2 will turn out any differently as we get ready to head on over to Border. Do not go anywhere. We'll take a quick break and see if this Putnam City side can end this off in 2, or if Palmdale will force a third map and Chalet will be in our repertoire before we head on over to the grand finals. Don't go anywhere.
Presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because Casey Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HCL National's numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HCL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th, live in Kansas City. Join us and see for yourself who will lift the trident.
Hello, educators. Welcome back. Are you ready to take your scholastic gaming to the next level? Because we are. We know you've been loving the Gaming Concepts curriculum, but don't worry. That amazing content isn't going away. Just moving. Starting this fall, we'll be transferring your Gaming Concepts learning experience to our brand new US-based platform, Blueprint. But what's Blueprint all about? Blueprint is a cut above the average learning software. It's packing some serious upgrades. The interface is user-friendly, so you won't have to spend ages figuring it out. The platform also has robust security measures to make sure that your important data stays safe. It's also the exclusive provider of the Gaming Concepts curriculum. Plus, we're making the migration process super smooth. Clear instructions and support will be right at your fingertips. But wait, there's more. Blueprint is a living platform. That means you'll get regular updates and fresh, new content to keep your esports curriculum at the cutting edge. We'll be making continuous improvements based on user feedback and emerging best practices to help educators stay ahead of the game. Blueprint will also house a library of free curriculum materials, which you can use to expand your own knowledge and share your passion for esports education with others. Blueprint is a game changer for educators, a platform focused on enhancing student engagement, motivation, and ultimately, academic success. This powerful platform is designed to make teaching easier, more collaborative, and way more exciting. So what are the next steps? Change can be scary, but don't worry, you're not flying solo. Generation Esports is going to be with you every step of the way to ensure a smooth transition. So keep an eye out for emails from the Generation Esports team, featuring upcoming training videos to get you familiar with the platform and info on how to access Blueprint. Finally, be sure to share this video with your fellow Gaming Concepts educators and get ready for an amazing fall semester brought to you by Blueprint.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together. So my name is Lori Burney. I'm with Geyer High School and from Denton, Texas, so part of Denton ISD. There is a future in it. You can go to school and get a scholarship with it. You can go into so many different areas and aspects of esports, leads to game design, computer science fields, and I just think that it's pretty limitless, what they could do. And it's our job as the adults and the educators to kind of, help guide them through, these different avenues that they want to go through and explore. Now our district has passed a bond where they're actually going to put $500,000 towards building esport labs in all of our 5 zones. So we're really excited about that and how they're going to build it out. And that may never have happened had this group not have persisted and kept at it to continue to play and put Geyer, Texas or Den, Texas on the map. Me coming from the outside, not ever playing Rocket League, but taking the time to sit back and learn and absorb as much as I could, it wasn't hard for me to see all of the different aspects that transcend, just beyond, esports in general. It goes across every plane.
What a performance on map 1 here, Zayden. You talk about how important game 1 tends to be for a lot of teams for the mental battle because they have to overcome the loss and try to reach even further beyond if they got the victory, right? Somehow one up the previous performance that got them that win in case it's not their map pick, like is the case here now for Putnam City. It's going to be hard pressed to do that now for both sides. Not getting a single round in that second half is probably the worst case scenario for Palmdale when so much of their recovery in their previous series on Oregon this past Sunday came from that second half recovery, came from the last few rounds they needed at match point when they had to make that comeback, right? Not getting any in the second half may hurt their mental, but we do know Esteban and their team are fairly confident players, and they got some suave, they got some finesse. We'll have to see if that can help them out on the map of border that they have been so keen on playing, and we saw all of Sunday do. I think this will be a very close map, and it's Putnam City's map now to lose so that they can decide, hey, it's Chalet or it's bust for Palmdale. We don't want to give them the chance. We got to end this here too well.
I think it's a matter of, if we go and look at these teams, they're not just playing to get to the finals. Esteban is playing for that interview, Scott.
He wants that interview. He's always wanted the interview. And there's no interview after this game, so you have to go to the finals and then win the finals, Esteban. So you have to make it to map 3. You have to win map 3, and then you have to win 2 out of the 3 maps in our finals just a little bit later. When you're at a map disadvantage based on banning and losing out on your bans for the first set, it will be Evergreen having a major advantage. Big shout out and well deserved to their complete run through of every team up in the upper bracket.
We need to see you later. That's what we need. I need another see you later. Either
That's
way,
it.
Montang, standard ban. I think we could expect to see another target,
What is
but
with
I'm not
Montaigne
really...
getting banned here? I know every
Blitz
map
is already
for
scary
every
to
team.
phone
It's not even
Blitz, like,
just.
yeah.
It's every team, man.
Jackal too. That's gonna be. I mean, Stokeby is on the board to counter the Solus. I don't expect Palmdale to even. It's without a question. It's got to be Solus here. Got to be. Boom. Okay, I'm feeling. I'm feeling pretty good.
As you
If I think
expect.
that's
Every ban here is actually useful. The Montaigne ban is actually useful for second floor hold for when you're trying to defend armory and you don't want to let them walk directly into B side and get a plant out.
I'm saying a
It's
zombie
fair.
goes here.
But
Fenrir
Montaigne has gotten banned on every map, whether it's a fair map or not. You're thinking who? Azami? I don't think
Azami.
so.
Oh, Fenrir probably. They don't like the Fenrir. What?
Yeah, I don't think they would ban Azami. This felt more
Castle
like
though.
this felt like
That's
more like
targeted.
Putnam City were just banning whatever. I mean, we talked about it
Castle.
previously. It kind of felt like they didn't have bans they wanted, so they were just kind of picking whatever.
That
And this-
targets the bathroom hold of Palmdale. That's very
It targets
targeted.
every hold. Castle
But I
Barricade
know-
would lock
I
down central
know-
hallway for second floor, but it'll lock down double door. It'll lock down door connecting into fountain, which means you'll have to rely on a rotate hold, which is a lot easier to hold defensively than, say, a door frame. There's a whole lot here that it brings value. It's another fair ban, but an odd ban. And again, one I don't think Putnam City are putting as much thought behind as they could.
Because you could still just
There
throw
is still
the
some thoughts
zombie
behind
there if you
Yeah.
really want to
No,
block
a
them
zombie's
off.
fine on this map. I have nothing against a zombie ban on this map, but she's just not as good as she could be. Even Finmer, I would value over an Azami for banning on this map. Mira, I would value over an Azami ban on this map. I would even
Mira's
put
very
Kaid
good.
above that. That's the issue with the defense, though, Zayden. There are like
There's
6
so
or 7
many.
must-ban operators on the defense, and you only get to ban 2. Well, technically, you only get to ban 1. You are then trusting the other team to get to ban 1 more of those to make the job easier for both of your sides on the defense. It's such a weird concept. And another reason why a lot of leagues now are trying to step into the 3-3 split for halftime, where you get 3 rounds on the attack, then 3 rounds on defense, then 3 rounds on the attack, then 3 rounds on defense. So it's not a 6-round dominated by defense first half of the game that then becomes a mental battle to stay alive for the second, right? No need to test the players more than you already should be. I think it's a very good decision, but hopefully it'll trickle down to high school eventually. It's just started for the amateur and semi scene now, and T2 scene, especially for R6. It's just started as of like an announcement this week.
I'm interested to see how that actually functions, since it completely shifts the way I think about the game. That should be a
think
pretty
even-
cool addition.
I think even like a lot of the 10-man servers for semi players, for tier 3 and tier 2 players, that even has a lot of, I think even the T1 talent like 10-man's group is doing 3-3, 3-3 now. Like everyone is adjusting to this split, which I think is super strange. But as for R6, I think it's a much needed adjustment. I think playing a half so dominated is so rough to watch. Into experience is a whole nother just drought you have to deal with. And especially
you don't get
for
to-
high
it's not
schoolers. That'll be the
repetition.
best adjustment ever for high schoolers.
Yeah, it makes the game less repetitive, where you
Yes.
know what's next. It's pick
Oh,
the same
Hunt.
operator. Yeah. Ooh,
Oh, no, they get away.
not for long. They got the call. Red Spawn's gonna get
No.
caught. Oh, that's real tough. Malusi also has that impact to be able to escape somewhat. This has been a great job on
diffuser.
the Roman case and everything. Red Spawn falling. Putnam City, that's as clean as around as it gets, and there's no reason why you should be losing necessarily many of your operators. Break to fall. Palmdale is going to be scratching and clawing for anything they can grab in this round.
And with only 2 players to do it, you'll be hard pressed to find that. Thankfully, both your players are nearby. I highlighted previously how Palmdale had won a round because of the interrogation that was split the 2 attackers that were remaining. Putnam City don't have that luxury. It looks like the Palmdale attackers are playing somewhat close. But the moment Zskis tries to wrap after they were communicating well off towards break, they leave Braum there. You go together to leave them there. Braum doesn't win the next firefight. Putnam City on the prowl get a sneak away kill and a breakaway kill. That makes that lead from a 2-player advantage now to 3, and fairly impossible now for Zskis bar a miracle. But there are plenty of miracles in R6. You just gotta hope you get lucky enough to have one. But the issue lies, Putnam City just need you to make one mistake, and you gotta pray they make 4 mistakes. That's not the odds you're ever hunting for. 18 seconds left. Zskis will step as slowly as possible. Barbed wire at the top of the stairs. That pretty much spells that it is impossible now, with no ability to clear that out as a twitch. And because of that, Zskis will sit back and just bide their time, and the team can communicate in the afterlife, as I would call relegated to drone duty. Try to communicate now about what round 2 is going to look like for this next push, because this one didn't give you a whole lot of clues, but it tells you enough about what went wrong.
I think it also comes down to that entry. I don't know why Case would necessarily be in construction to begin with. It's not typical
That
that
actually
you
also has
have.
me befuddled.
Yeah. Case should never be anywhere near there. You should have someone who's taking a different route. That's out on balcony, for example. There's just a lot of better options. That's where I'd start, because I think that's where the round immediately started to trickle away, because the moment you drop Case, it becomes everyone's problem. Because you can't go and send one person, because you know they have 2, and then you're getting caught out pushing yourself out of position. I think that entire round can be chalked up to what happened. And for Palmdale, you just got to reset that mental. I know that this team has the capability, and once they start letting go of all that pressure that they have to be performing, they've achieved greater feats. And they kept up in that first map. There's a reason why they were able to get 4 rounds, but they're still scratching and clawing for this one, and to get their first offensive win of the day. It's a tough one, but once they get over that hump, I know that Palmdale has the capability here.
5 seconds to insertion.
We know what Palmdale is capable of. We've seen them on border.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
We've seen them multiple times now on border. To even throw them under the bus in any capacity would be ridiculous. But that is something, a first round like that, which now makes it so that they were down 5 rounds in a row, or a 4-2 split to make the comeback for Putnam City, just win that map. Now 6 rounds in a row across these 2 maps. And Palmdale can only think of this as just one. They have to forget map 1. They cannot remember map 1. The only thing they need to bring over from map 1 is the mindset to improve, and the capacity to understand and quickly absorb and dissolve how Putnam City played that first map on these extensions. Because those extensions are going to be your undoing here once again on border if you don't. As the first blood falls to Putnam City, and Zskis, the player to go down, now leaves you without an entry. You'll have to find a new sacrificial lamb, so to say. Losing out on Zskis when you have a Gemini replicator just means the drone work either wasn't good enough, or a wild swing put Putnam City in a very lucky spot to steal away a frag. No matter what the case is, that's a lot of information, that's a lot of utility, and a lot of pivotal play style, I would say, that's going to throw this attack for a loop. As a quick jump out from Putnam City puts them now up 2. You lose your fuse. And now Leilu's hunting for even more, but it'll be Tuck instead to find it. The Vector has been such a problem child for the Palmdale side so many rounds now. It's Putnam City, we're using it very effectively on our last map as well, and it just gets worse. Snuff for the second kill of the round. Down goes JoJo, and Red Swan humbled by Snuffed on a run out. Putnam City, 2 rounds now in a row on the map of border, and they're hardly breaking a sweat with the man count when it gets down to these harrowing moments for Palmdale. They've got to start making those adjustments.
Unable to even get into the map. That is a very tough place to be, and it makes it a lot more difficult to adjust as a player. One thing I need to highlight is you want to have maybe a different avenue of approach, even if that means you're coming in from archives. You need to be forcing your opponents to be playing a little bit more thin, different cross angles. You essentially need to at a certain point on offense, throw the routes that you like taking and are used to taking, get rid of them. Crumble them up into a ball and try to play some hoops with it, aiming for your nearest garbage can. I gotta stress, maybe you want to go in through security, maybe you want to go in through a random soft wall. You just need to be droning and knowing how to drone from multiple entrances. And once you do that, it will force your opponent to rotate off of key choke points, key rotates. For example, if you're coming in through customs wall, so whether it be right around beepers, you can go and hold off that entire angle, get a claymore down and hold for the rotation, because you know that Putnam City has enjoyed having the freedom to rotate around. Just put yourself in a position to catch them off guard. It does not get more important than that. Get into the building and start putting on that pressure. Putnam City cannot be given the freedom because they are taking it. They are using every single ability and running outside and using those amplified scopes, and I do not blame them, Scott. They've been playing to give themselves the opportunity. That vector on blue is devastating. You have the Malusia Breake just running around without a care in the world. It just needs to get shut down right now.
The idea that you can say a player has no care in the world just shows how comfortable these players look right now on this map. And that's a scary thought. It's something that will need to be very quickly changed. As Rez's, I think, went entirely unspotted, by the way, by that drone. I do not believe that drone ever turned to watch that supply split. Now, Rez is in a spot where, I'm sorry, but you're probably going to die here. If there's any effective force forward by Palmdale to flush you out. But since they know you're there, they can hide away. They can tuck elsewhere, and they can completely ignore you. Which sometimes is a better offensive than trying to step in and losing an important player, an important piece to your overall macro game of chess you're trying to play here. This is not checkers. Everyone has a different role they need to fulfill in a different play style. And you've got to make sure that you're keeping those up and running. Do not sacrifice your queen too soon. But speaking of which, first blood does fall in favor for Palmdale finally in round 3. Breake goes down, but snuffed with the T5 SMG. Dykes is up Braum at the other end and almost has a chance for another. But the I-S can't hit its target. And Estepan will survive, and Snuff's even shocked about it. Now leaving Estepan in a firefight off screen. Low on HP, taking damage in the process, but still surviving. Can help Palmdale for the remainder of this round and hopefully actually find use of this fuse utility as they ready themselves above that bathroom side and prep up those fuse charges as JoJo, down they go. Leilu swings in to help.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
That's staggering. Rez is still playing inside Beeper. Is going to have a quick and easy flank. Tuck also grabbing a kill on Decisive means Estepan on limited HP will be the last player alive upstairs. Goes for a spontaneous drop. Able to capitalize onto one. Gonna have to swing, try to get the other one. Get that goo mine out of your foot, Estepan! To be able to stay alive with a narrow amount of HP. Blue rotating upstairs. Not even gonna be able to have a chance to look up as the blue rains fire from above as Putnam wins their 3rd round in a row on this map and remains flawless on defense.
Oh my goodness. Well, let's look at this positively for Palmdale. They get first blood and look how different that round turns out. Palmdale now have even more to work with. They've realized first blood leads to a Putnam side with less players at the end and more for us to make the decisions and more for us to choose how to transgress. And I think for Palmdale, a lot of that's going to come off of ensuring first blood this next round and trying to get a second freely afterwards. Cannot play a refrag game where if we lose a single refrag, we lose the round. They need to get as far forward as possible. If that means you need to swing 3 players through the exact same angle to leave one there just to hold a single space like lobby, you do it. You start speeding up that drone game. You start speeding up the utility dump. You worry less about the final 20 seconds of the round, and you value the first 2.5 minutes first. But Palmdale have failed to do that. And they have to think of that first. And for high schoolers, sometimes that depth of strategy book, like we talked about this weekend, Zayden, isn't always there.
5 seconds remaining.
There needs to be a second step, there needs to be a third step, but there needs to be 3 fallbacks to every step along the way. Palmdale, I feel like the improvisation we're seeing right now, improv's nice and all, but there's a reason why comedians step up on stage and have pre-recorded notes and have been practicing it for a month before they get up on that stage. It's not all improv.
And it can't
You
just
gotta
be
put on
yes
the best
and.
show possibly here at Palmdale.
Can't be just yes and.
Yeah, exactly.
So you lost a player, and you lost another one, and you lost the round. Oh. That end scene. It can't just be that. I say that jokingly because improv is extremely important, but accompanying improv is instinct. So you have to have the knowledge of what to say, and sometimes that extra knowledge, that extra depth is what makes improv what it is. Z-Skis and Break K, both trading blows. Break K gonna be the one to fall there as they already captured their frag. On Estepan, that's not gonna be a big lack of vertical ability. The Blitz making an appearance will be good as long as they don't overextend. Using the shield to go for a clear, I support it to a certain degree, Scott, but it needs to be accompanied. You need to have someone with you to go and follow up on the aggression that you're able to bring to the board. The reverse verticality also coming into play from Palmdale as they begin to look up, whether it be through construction or by other means. It's a good switch, and they're using their time as they have 4 players available, and it does look to be going for more of an archives sort of plant if they can clear it out. But those black eye cameras might be able to work wonders. The ping from down below is, bro, I'm gonna go and try to get a pistol kill. The pings are there, it just needs to be utilized. But it also looks a bit slow. And Palmdale's the type of team where you cannot rush them. Spraying through the ground. Oh! There it is. They found it. You can't stay on your drone. There's multiple layers to this game. And with a minute to go, Palmdale showing signs of life.
Utilizing the verticality, understanding what's ahead of them. Palmdale are now stepping with the right foot forward. Shots to go out, but it's stuffed instead. The wrong player at the right time makes all the difference in the world for Putnam City. And Tuck's Nitrocell toss downs and outs one for Palmdale. Braum out into space. Revenges their defender. Takes down Tuck as Braum tries to swing forward. They'll get too much damage, and Snuff will finish the job. It's just one man. Jojo. Shots are outside Fountain, and Leilu doesn't even need to see them. Spray through. You know where they are. You know where they've been, and you know where the head is layered upon. What a round for Palmdale, but Putnam City recover from the faltering steps they had in the middle stages of that round, and they rise to the occasion 4-0 now in this first half, already guaranteeing they will not break even at halftime. They will go positive no matter what.
They've won the first half of this matchup. Palmdale need to wake up. I mean that in the nicest nudge of, hey buddy, time to get ready for school.
He means it very rudely, actually. I know him. He's lying.
Yeah, let's be honest. I was the guy, I had my dad yelling at me, banging on the door. Time to get up and go to school. Because I didn't get up the first 3 times, so we don't need to talk about that.
What were you doing about waking up? It's him, all right? Zayden never woke up for school.
Never. I was always late. It's ironic. It's actually my brothers that always made me get to school late. Every single time, I was the guy waiting by the door. Brutal. Should've just walked. But for Palmdale...
Cold, aren't you like in Canada? It's cold.
I was tanning earlier today. I'm not living in an igloo. We have sun here. We have warmth. You don't go to someone from New York and say, hey, doesn't it snow there? Aren't you freezing?
5 seconds to go.
Well, it does snow there. It is freezing there most of the time.
No, it's not. They have a summer.
All winter. It's pretty bad.
It's not the winter anymore.
Your guys' winter lasts like 5 months longer than my winter, though, to be fair, okay? My winter is like 10 days in December, and that's
and I'm still more tanned.
Yeah, very much so.
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
No, snuffed. Wow. Was that a spawn peek with Ella?
It's two players getting dicey for Putnam City and going for a run out. One player upper balcony. I think the other one came from default vent door on elbow. Either way, you make a lot of sacrifices sending 2, but they actually get a much needed frag. Taking Jojo off means you're now down a hard breacher, and that's your only hard breacher. you've changed the entire pacing of Palmdale's attack. And we've already seen them struggle with fallback plans. This is literally, that was your win condition to get into a lot of the objective here. It's gone. What do you do to recover here, Palmdale?
Well, you can start by taking out Snuffed. That's exactly what they'll do. They still have the Buck available. They still have the Ram available. Two very key operators. And Zeski is to go and notify of any other roamers, where there is still a very hefty extension underway from Putnam City. And that could make a difference. One of Ram's drones being utilized to give an entrance in towards customs and beepers. That will not be to great avail. Brelam also having the opportunity to clear up above. And look at this, the hatch has already been opened up for them. How nice. Won't matter as Tuck is not so welcoming, as Z-Skis will be the next players to fall. And that's a good one to lose if you have to go and lose someone, as the Dokkaebi utility had already been utilized. Then you've got all three of these verticality operators that need to get up above and start utilizing it. Red Swan is the one responsible for the plant, and has Reses been notified and found? Yes, they have. That is a huge kill, as Case is now down in possession of Reses. Spray, Brelam able to capture that kill, now down to a 2v2 in this must-win round for Palmdale, but Estepan will fall in main lobby, making this a clutch situation for the Canadian operator. Brelam spraying, trying to find one, not able to find it. There's Tuck. They'll snap onto the head. Putnam City go up 5 rounds. Palmdale yet to win an offensive round. A staggering show of force from the Pirates.
Much needed timeout as well. Single most important piece of utility on a team that is not the utility you bring to a round. It's not your brain, it's the timeout. Because sometimes you lose that brain, but the timeout helps you find it. And you wouldn't even get close without it. You get one per half in most leagues, most games, most formats. I'd be very surprised here if we did not have it for HSEL Nationals, one each a half. We had yet to see a single team really opt to utilize it here this weekend. I think this is our first actual timeout. And it's not like Palmdale weren't given many non-official timeouts. We saw a couple on Oregon, and we saw obviously a few here on Border as well, where like in round 1, you lost all your teammates, about a minute left in the round, and you could spend that 60 seconds, spend that 40 seconds, whatever the timer is, to talk with your team and try to figure out what you want to change, what can be changed, what should be changed, and just try to keep the team together and coordinated. Because right now, Palmdale, we're seeing glimpses of it. We're seeing the Palmdale team. Yeah. They've not gone anywhere. They're just not playing up to the same snuff we saw them at previously, and that is what needs to be changed. Whether it's a difference of a couple days being the end-all be-all for Palmdale, or maybe it's just that this Putnam City side is tired and doesn't want to be just another team being forced to go up against an underdog story and be the team that has to fall to the underdog. They do not like the story. They do not like the movie from way back when. That was a good movie, so I have a terrible taste. But they don't want to be just a story, a part of a story of Palmdale. They want to be their own narrator. They want to be the controller of their own destiny, and they've got to get their revenge against Evergreen Valley, who are waiting on them and have been since Saturday, mind you, to go through into the finals, the grand finals of HSEL Nationals.
I will also say that a tactical timeout is a great way to do some active learning. Another way to do some learning is to elevate your school's esports training with the Valor Training Program. The Valor Training Program offers a premier experience tailored for players at all levels. Valor's platform ensures effective skill development and progress tracking with structured roadmaps, categorized learning, and interactive quizzes. Generation Esports schools who join Valor before June 30th will receive in a summer holiday period free, giving students the perfect opportunity to train and level up during the break. Empower your esports athletes with Valor's superior training and educational support. Don't miss out. Book a call with your HSEL or MSEL rep to learn more today. Thank you to Valor for sponsoring this broadcast and for providing these great active learning opportunities.
Brom, very aware of the possibility now for Putnam City to do a run out. We saw attempts, we saw a tease. And they're trying to elevate their scoreboard a little bit higher, like Valor lets you do for your program, but It wasn't the first 30 seconds where disaster strikes for Palmdale. No, it was a minute in. And that's Brom now off the board. Thankfully, Zskis can refrag here to Snuffed, meaning the dock's no longer available. And with the execution of Tuck off towards bathrooms, Estepan ensures Palmdale now have a player advantage for one of the few times we've actually seen that in play in this first half. You can count it on one hand. As quickly as it's gained, it's lost. Break A up for one. Leilu not far behind. But Red Swan refrags Break A, but Leilu's still up and standing and gets no return fire back their direction. 90 seconds ticking. And while so much damage has been dealt, so much death has been delivered, the strikes will not stop. As Palmdale have to make sure they get their first round win first off in this half, and their only round win available for this half, to make sure they don't have to play a perfectly flawless second, as Putnam City are nearing the stage at which they can say rightfully so they have, with only 60 seconds left in a defensive position from upstairs. That's hard to deny. The drop from Leilu, diced up by Red Swan. A 1v1 and the plant going down. It's Rez's responsibility, and Red Swan has a choice. If they step to Hall, they're dead. If they try to take Breach, they have a chance to make it to Window. But it's a gamble you'll have to take, a 50-50 odd. As Rezes pulls out the SMG, trying to use the mirror window. They missed them! They didn't see them! And the cost of not using the eyes at the perfect time send Palmdale to the second half, requiring 6 rounds in a row to stay alive.
Bomb diffuser disabled by defenders.
What a masterclass of defense. Yet to give up one of them. The amount of consecutive defensive rounds this Putnam City roster, the Pirates, are well versed. Border demonstrating the depth of this roster. Palmdale struggling to grab a single round. It's brutal. It is tough. But it is not over yet. As this Palmdale roster, the hardest part is not going to be grabbing and winning these 6 round Scots. It's going to be the mental hurdle and working together. It's going to be that little bit of extra oomph to push you to get there. Because right now, the momentum is all in Putnam City, and this is a very strong way to be propelling yourselves into the finals. I've said it once, I'll say it before. They need to push back right now. Putnam City can't take their foot off the pedal. The Pirates, if you know you have a match after this, you cannot play around with the round count. You cannot play around with your mental durability. You need to just absolutely floor it. Send yourself to the finals. Show your opponent you don't want to give them any more to review.
5 seconds to go.
All you're telling them right now is, you better ban Border. Because you do not want to take this Pirate City towards this map. Second round of the half. Match point for Putnam City. Can they get it done?
Oh, and they punish Brom. Trying to go for a cheeky spawn peek, and Break knows exactly where you were going to be. Every round you show from this point onwards, Putnam City, is an unnecessary round you're showing Evergreen Valley. You can't let them up. You can't give them everything. But you've got to get kills here and now, and you fail for 2. Zskis takes down your teammate Tuck, and Rezes fails to frag out JoJo. What was once the main advantage for Putnam City's put them back on the back burner. You've got to claw it back. Break does it well for 1, but they trade in the instant moment with Estepan. Leilu round the corner, sacrificial lamb, but they will only die after the kill. It's a nitro to JoJo. And Snuff can't survive. Palmdale will get the first round. They'll stay alive. One more game, one more round around the merry-go-round that is Border. And Palmdale keeps the tokens rolling, trying to get that new game plus. They want that OT, and they have to get 5 more rounds in a row to do it.
1 round at a time. Get the momentum. Get it going in your favor. Get comfortable even, Palmdale. You got nothing to lose. every single move you make, just go and play with every single bit of heart that you got left. That's the best advice that I could give here. It's going to come down to a fragging matchup, especially in these first 2 early rounds when the Pirates feel they can just go and throw all this gun skill and angles and swinging at you. Play for the angles. You are now in the driver's seat of defense. You set up the building and force them to come to you. This is where we've seen Palmdale excel. It's just a matter of, can they replicate? Can they make it? So this is not a single time occurrence. Vents, it's going to be a little bit harder to do so because of all that verticality. It looks like the Putnam City Pirates are stacking themselves up to be more well-versed. The Finca tells me otherwise if they want to boost and just get right on into the site. But I'm not counting Palmdale out of it just yet, Scott. I've seen some crazy comebacks here on this border map.
5 seconds remaining.
And if you play it right, the defensive side
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
can be a whole nother monster.
Putnam City. Will they have to worry about a spawn peak in this round? Does not seem to be the case. Palmdale have realized giving them a lead too early, or even attempting to gain that lead too early, could be a bigger problem than the opportunities it creates. As Resis will rotate up to the upper floor, Rotero drone will go, and Snuff will have to follow it further back. That's a Rotero drone for a wooden barricade, mind you. Layla was in sight, and they wanted to go for a plant, and they will unfortunately pay the price for that swiftness. Now the team is forced to pay the price for that endeavor, as the diffuser is left in no man's land, unclaimed in vents. How can you possibly reclaim this control safely to attempt to plant once again? Rez is off towards security, trying to clear out a possible player towards armory. How much do they know? How much do they not know? Break a central hall of security, knocking one out in construction, but no more. As the Mark 14 pounces back effectively. The Putnam City roster is at their wits' end for figuring out how to dissolve this defensive positioning of Palmdale. Nothing is coming up clutch. It's 2 losses of life, 2 under the defense of Palmdale, hoping that Snuff of this LMG can come up crazy, but they go down. The 9v19 goes too brazy, and Z-Skis goes just the same. A Palmdale defense again keeps their hopes ticking, and Putnam City stay in this game for one more round.
That was a great day, and I don't want to take away from Palmdale playing good Siege. As the Pirates, the moment you lose one of them, 1 round is all you can do. You can take your foot off the pedal maybe for 1 round. Sure, let your momentum carry you. That second round, running in there, especially your top frag on the floor, is that overconfidence. That's reckless. That's silly. How do you expect yourself, and I'm sorry, Scott, this is just something that really bothers me a lot of the time. How do you take your foot off the pedal and expect yourself to adequately refocus when you have a finals matchup coming out after this game?
From being defused by attackers.
You need to stay serious the entire time. You need to stay in the right mindset, or your opponent will take advantage. Because every single round now you're forcing your entire team to play is more of that mental durability ticking away, giving your next opponent an even bigger advantage. This is where your next match can be won. These rounds, this momentum that you could have carried into your next match is being lost. Palmdale is having the opportunity with every single one of these rounds, maybe not to win it, but to make it that much harder for their opponent to keep playing. So good on Palmdale. They're putting in the work, and they're playing the right Siege, and as they go towards this tertiary bomb site, after winning one like this is powerful for a team's mentality, and I love to see it.
How much of the mental game can Palmdale recover? Jojo in a tight spot, forced to tuck away next to the soft wall and bathroom. We noticed that Putnam City had used this quite well against them a couple rounds prior. Break-A, that is disgusting. Very casual from Break-A as well. That's Estepan trying to tuck away in corner of armory and not able to do so. Maybe the drone work saw them first, or Maybe they were just firing first, and Esteban doesn't really realize their tracers can be seen so clearly. No matter the
Attackers
case,
have located a bomb.
Putnam City now have that player advantage, and Red Swan's taking a whole lot of damage from an upstairs player through the rafters side of office. You're quickly losing every foothold here on this first floor site, which is why you're so forced to extend out towards construction, extend out to workshop, I should say, and try to rely so heavily on an extended site position to keep them offside first and foremost. EDD is placed upstairs. Central hallway will be destroyed, aka taken over by the clutch drone of Break. Whether or not this is actively utilized with any sort of intent will be questionable. The Grim Bees come out, and that will give you so much space to dominate for Putnam City in a post-plant scenario. Leilu sticking down this plant. 2 seconds left. Can JoJo extend? They can't, and it's a free plant. The attack now becomes the defense, and the defense are forced to assault their own defensive objective. And this is where you tend to regret your objective of choice, but you had no choice, Palmdale. You're left with your tertiary, and your tertiary is failing you. They all fall in pieces. And Break, the EDDs that got stolen, they eventually came clutch. They actually mattered. The clutch drone came up with importance. They had to retake the second floor, and in doing so, a step into their own traps. It's Putnam City. 7-2 against Palmdale, a 2-0 victory in the series, and a ridiculously good map to send themselves through to take down Evergreen Valley.
I gotta say, Putnam was giving me a lot of doubts there. They snapped back. They heard me beyond the desk, and I appreciate it. They went and showed exactly what I needed to see to regain the confidence that I needed to have in them going into these finals. They did a great job. I know it was a tertiary bomb site, but it was control. It was coordinated, especially looking out towards each and every one of these objectives. They went into that second floor, vertical control, aware of the angles, presetting and knowing exactly where they want to get those Grimm's bees. That entire bee setup completely locked down the entire objective. You just put a single drone, set up those bees, wonderfully executed. Very, very happy with it. And if we go and look at the other side, you just needed a little bit more of extension up onto that second floor. You needed to be a lot more active. You have the Mira, maybe go and try to get yourself situated and comfortably set up there. However, that was not the case. And for the Pirates, I'm very much looking forward to seeing how they contend as we have a finals rematch.
Yeah, Evergreen Valley facing off against Putnam City. Can the Pirates do something against those Cougars? Well, unfortunately, they fall the same way they did in the upper finals. Who knows? The grand finals is yet to come, and it will be a story for HSEL Nationals that'll be told for the remainder of the year. And something of importance, as it's your fall major champs against your spring major champs facing off again for the grand finals of HSEL Nationals. And we can't promise that the break we're about to head into is going to be very quick, but we can promise you what is quick, and that's products from Intel, because High School Esports League is brought to you by Intel. Thanks to Intel support, HSEL is able to offer high school students across the nation unparalleled esports experience. From cutting-edge technology to thrilling competitions, Intel is fueling the future of high school esports. Discover how Intel sparks innovation and pushes the boundaries of possibility at Intel.com. They're fast, blazingly fast, and we'll try to be fast with this break. Let's get these players in the lobby. Let's get them situated. Let's let them talk things through. Let's not rush them too much, but let's get this grand final underway, because we're all way too excited to see how this will unfurl. We'll see you guys when it's ready to go.
Tired of looking for tutorials on YouTube that are designed to keep you watching instead of actually learning and practicing? Well, look no more. Here at Valor, we prioritize only relevant information so you can apply it in-game instantly. Sign up free today at valoresports.com.
I learn a lot from the kids. I kind of let them run things. I let them set their own captains and set their own practice schedules, and I will check in periodically to see how they're doing to offer guidance and ideas. I'm Brandon Bishop. I'm an educator, first and foremost. I'm a teacher. I teach social studies, history. As a kid, I grew up with like the console wars, so like PlayStation 2, we got one for Christmas, and that's kind of how I got into gaming. So yeah, I think the biggest skill that gaming can teach, especially with this at this level, is communication and cooperation. Watching the kids play and communicate, I learn a lot more, and so I can kind of see what things are working for them, what things don't. These kids are playing games on their own all the time, and they spend a lot of time on it. So I want them to harness that and turn it to something that can be used for like school pride. Like, look at these cool jerseys you can get. You win a game and you get on the morning announcements, they say your name and say you guys are winning, and the school gets to learn about your accomplishments. I really appreciate what you guys are doing. Thank you so much for inviting us down. I think we had some kids that were on the fence about being in the esports club, but getting them here, getting them to wear the school uniform, getting them to see what the company is like, I think that's going to spread. When they go back to school, they're going to talk to their friends. So this is a great opportunity. So you should definitely continue to do stuff like this. Invite schools down to see firsthand what the benefits can be.
They say the right tools can get any job done. We agree. Introducing Blueprint, the platform for educators built by educators. Blueprint is user-friendly, featuring drag-and-drop scheduling tools and a robust gradebook. Designed for the scholastic world, Blueprint empowers educators to create powerful course content. Plus, Blueprint is the exclusive provider of the popular Gaming Concepts curriculum. Learn more about how to gain access to Blueprint today.
I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about, because no one really, displays their passion for esports, because, it's not really seen as cool in a sense.
My name is Trey Curtis.
My name is Jordan Langford.
My gamer tag is Tathew.
My gamer tag is Swizz.
But what got me into gaming is the Wii, I think, probably. My parents got me a Wii when I was really young. Played like Wii Sports, Super Mario.
Definitely my older brother, watching him play, hearing about other kids in my school playing games. So yeah, that's really how I got into gaming.
I don't really do any like extracurricular things. I take like AP classes and honors classes, but besides that, I don't really do anything extracurricular. So having like esports, like something I like to do a lot, I think it's just really cool, especially like being able to do it with friends and things like that.
I love the guys. We practice a lot together. It takes a lot of chemistry to make a team work. We haven't lost a game in the regular season yet, and the 3 tournaments we've played in so far, and I think that's just because of our dedication, hard work, teamwork, working together, working things out when they don't exactly go how we plan them to, and I think that's a really good piece to our success is our chemistry.
I guess I wasn't really too talkative in school and stuff. Meeting like 2 that were juniors at the time is like kind of cool as well, because they added me to their group on Discord, and so like I kind of talked with a few people there, so I guess kind of brought me out of my own friend group a bit and like just talk to other people.
Well, I know a lot of people that love the game at my school. I mean, I play with a lot of them, but I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about, because no one really displays their passion for esports, because it's not really seen as cool in a sense, and I really think that can be put away, that stereotype.
Hello there, gamers and mental health enthusiasts. Today, we're diving into a groundbreaking study that explores the intersection of scholarly gaming and mental health education, and how it can impact the self-esteem of adolescents. Picture this: a world where scholarly gaming isn't just about mastering technology-based career skills or dominating the world of video game business. No, it's a world where gaming becomes a gateway to improving mental health. 3 visionary educators and a school-based health intervention expert came together to create a curriculum that aligns with academic guidelines from the International Society for Technology Education. This curriculum spans 40 lessons, delivered over 14 weeks with a minimum of 120 minutes per week. But here's the twist: 83 schools were invited to participate, but they were divided into 2 groups, those with mental health moments and those without. The non-mental health moment group got the scholarly gaming curriculum alone, while the mental health moment group got an extra layer of education. Mental health moments were embedded into 27 lessons, integrating concepts from the PERMA framework and the collaborative academic, social, and emotional learning standards, otherwise known as CASEL. Now, let's meet our players. 471 participants from both groups, with almost 75% in high school, many experiencing scholarly gaming for the first time. A majority were male, and the racial diversity was broad. At the start, the average self-esteem score was 17.9, with 22.1% reporting low self-esteem. But hold on, the game's just beginning. As the study progressed, it revealed some fascinating results. While 57.7% of participants with low self-esteem at the beginning reported average self-esteem post-intervention, the Mental Health Moments group stole the spotlight. Self-esteem scores improved by 8.3% in the Mental Health Moments group, compared to no change in the non-Mental Health Moments group. How's that for a power-up? Some students even shifted from abnormally low self-esteem scores to normal ranges. The message is loud and clear. Educators, healthcare providers, and adolescent advocates pay attention. Non-traditional educational instructions, like scholarly gaming, combined with mental health moments, can significantly improve students' well-being. And there you have it, a journey through the power of scholarly gaming and mental health moments. Remember, your self-esteem matters, and sometimes all it takes is a little extra support to level up. Thanks for joining us on this adventure. Until next time, keep gaming, keep learning, and most importantly, keep believing in yourself.
I love it. Like, I know a lot of people from other schools that I talk to, they envy us in a sense because they wish they had an opportunity to be able to be with your friends and compete. Even talk to my parents, they're like, wow, I wish we had that when we were younger. So it's a cool opportunity for sure.
I would have probably never became friends with these people if I didn't join it. They're really cool. They're actually fun to hang out with.
We got the hang of it pretty quick, and yeah, Generation Esports is a pretty decent website, I will say. The queuing is easy, you can figure out what time you want to play, and it's all around just super fun talking with other people from other schools.
have eyes on the diffuser. Attackers need to...
Reloading!
Number 1 and number 2, no matter which way, no matter which team you highlight as the first and second or first and second seed, it's exiting this as the end all be all proof of it. It is the grand finals of HSEL Nationals Evergreen Valley facing off against Putnam City. And whether you think Evergreen Valley should have been the number 1 seed exiting out of the mainstay season and into nationals, or you think Putnam City's performance in fall and their performance in spring guaranteed them that seed, it doesn't matter. We're here now with Evergreen Valley, the first to make it to grand finals. They got to take their pick. They banned out the first 2 maps and they got to choose the first. And Putnam City, well, they've lost once to them, and they don't want to make it a second time here, Zayden.
No, they do not. They've just had a warm-up game, and I say that lightly because that's the nice way of saying that they had to play a match before this. But it does mean that they do have a little bit of warmth going into this match, and there will not be any repetition of the maps that they just played in the form of both Border and, oh my goodness, I'm blanking on the first map, the exact same way that these both teams are, and that was Oregon. Yeah, I'm surprised Oregon didn't get a return appearance, but it was very strong for both times we've seen these teams play on it. The one thing I am a little bit curious about is the use of Evergreen with their map advantage pick, what they actually opted to do, which is something that I never expected to see here in the HSEL Nationals, Scott.
Yeah, Nighthaven, which leaves a sour taste in my mouth because it also leaves a sour taste in my eyes. I'm colorblind. So this map's not great for me in the first place. Yeah, this map's not great for us in the caster booth in the first place. But if Evergreen wants it, Evergreen deserves and reserves the right to pick whatever. And we're hoping that their first 2 bans, since Putnam had forfeited their bans, getting dropped on the lower side for the first set. I mean, they could take and pick whatever they want, and they opted to pick up Nighthaven as the first. Putnam took Bank as the second. So this will, in fact, be 2 very non-standard selections for the first 2 guaranteed maps of this BO3 for HSEL Nationals Grand Finals. And with these maps on plane, with Nighthaven Labs up first, the bans, well, I could hardly even guess at this point because it has been Montaigne City so many times for so many teams, but it'll be Ram to make that basement side a little bit easier and to make first floor a little bit harder to actually, well, I would argue it's a little bit easier to defend it, but a little bit harder to break the floorboards on first floor for that basement A site. We have to be so much more concerned about that security side of it. Evergreen will opt in for their first and last attacking ban for Blitz. They saw Putnam City use it. They don't want to use it. They left up Montaigne, of all things, which may be the first time we've seen Monty be left out of a ban phase nearly all weekend and today.
Yeah, it seems like Montaigne's very much the most hated operator to deal with. And you know what? With the shield rework, I don't blame them. Montaigne's always been annoying. But Solus has also been annoying. And we know that Evergreen was watching that first game of Putnam City and just saw Solus wreaking absolute havoc. So it's no surprise to see them cut off the board. A final defensive ban here on Nighthaven. I kind of want to guess the Azami keep things a little bit more standard, as I don't know what to expect from both these rosters.
Yeah, who knows what's truly coming, right? And we've said multiple times, there's nearly 7 must bans for the game of R6 on defense, and Solus and Kaid are just 2 of them. You still got Mira. You still have to deal with the possibilities of having to be so annoyed with Kiba barricades facing off against you the entire time. Mute even has found some places where they are must ban, where you really don't have to worry about the overcomplicated process of dealing with mute jammers everywhere, stopping your drone utility, having players sit within it if you let Dokkaebi in through the ban phase, which is exactly the case here. There's usages everywhere for nearly every defender, even Caviera, like we saw in Oregon earlier. There's uses everywhere for every defender, and the same thing can't always be said for the attacking side, which is why it's fairly strict what your operator selection will tend to be. Putnam City, though, in round 1, as we step up here, it looks to be a fairly normal defender selection. The Echo is in play. We highlighted we may be expecting that to be banned out on map 2 of Border in our previous series for the lower finals. That was not going to be the case, but Tuck will opt to use it here on the map of Nighthaven Labs. Pulse is also in play for Reses. They just want to make sure they can try to scope out any possible players in the floor below, which will be a big prime factor of success for trying to keep Evergreen out of the majority of this map. Vulcan canisters in hand for Leilu. Break with that mute jammer I talked about, that's so darn difficult to deal with for a lot of attacking teams, for a lot of their utility, as well as having the Fenrir. Those Dreadnought mines will be such a nasty force to contend with. Evergreen made a couple swaps here or there. Osa shields for exotic boxfish. Luck with the Mav blowtorch swapping off the initial play they had. Ton has the Ace Selmos, plenty of hard breach now for Evergreen, and the Inox scanner of low diff, which will actually be viable, noting that Solus was banned out by Evergreen. Very smart decision in that ban phase for your operator choice. And then, of course, who else but Xylix, the Ash, the entry, stepping up for Evergreen.
Xylix might have a very unwelcome start to this round, but Reses will notice that 2 players were looking their way, and it's just a matter of if they've been spotted out. They have low diff to capture the first frag of this interaction or re-engagement between these 2 teams, and they're not down there. Low diff continuing to push up through storage, has an opportunity to deal with blue and has some very fresh footprints. That means you're going to get a lot of scans out of that one. With 2 minutes, good entrance from Evergreen, and they can start turning their attention towards the site.
Sidelands looking upwards. The verticality from the floorboards, something that I highlighted that Putnam City we're going to need to be aware of. While it's not so easy to use the cardiac sensor from above, doesn't mean it can't be viable, but this round obviously a non-factor with Rez's death. Low diff though, finding themselves on the back burner of a frag, and Putnam City in a pretty rough spot now, or sorry, Evergreen in a pretty rough spot with Putnam City getting the lead now by 2 players. Ton and Xylix, the only ones remaining. Your entry not finding an entry frag, and your players, your teammates, being at the other end of it. This is fairly disastrous for a round 1 of Evergreen. Xylix, though, finally puts their name on the board, cements their first kill of hopefully many for Evergreen Valley. It's Laylo at the other end. Still 65 seconds left. It's a conceivably easy recovery for Evergreen if they could keep the players up, but they failed to do so. Snuff gets a 4K, hunting now for a possible ace, and Xylix is in a very rough spot being chased. Default cams galore, still sighting them up till they have to fire upon it, and Xylix will be forced to wrap around through this first floor. Hatches for sightlines of Putnam City. Beware of every possible angle in which the defenders can utilize against them. 1 Dreadnought mine cleared. A slow, steady up from the CC staircase. Xylix is just spraying as many shots as they can as a Nitro is sent. Shots don't connect enough, though. And Break swings forward with an SMG-11, creating space off the back of the Nitro toss. And a round win, and Putnam City win to get the first round of this very first map of the Grand Finals.
It's going to be an interesting one. That was a huge performance from Snuff, dude. Just absolute amazing way to step up. One thing I'm concerned about for Evergreen, they didn't really get into the building as much as they wanted to. They're shut down at every turn, and that was clearly from good rotation and good play from Putnam City. On Evergreen Valleys, I need to see a little bit more of a conscious call and conscious communication. Xylix, we've known them to be able to frag an absolutely absurd amount. And yes, that's going to be a lot easier to do in the defensive end, Scott, especially on a map like this where if you're picking it, you clearly have prepped it, and most of the time it's easier to prep a defense than an offense. For the simple reason that you can't really control what the defense does when you're on offense. You can go and count for routes, but you don't know what your opponent's going to pull out, and that changes just about everything. We are going to see both the Fenrir and the Mira, in addition to the Echo. This is an extremely anchor-based setup, where Snuffed was very prompt and ready to pounce to move off of the site. This is the type of round that I'm looking to go and be a little bit more laid back. And those mirror windows being a great utility to fall back onto. Be aware of the verticality, though. You mentioned that, Scott. And look at all the stacking towards that vertical play. Breaching charges on the side of Xylix, as well as exotic boxfish playing with the nades, as well as using that sledge operator, which is going to be a very crucial one to keep an eye on. But with just under 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go, they got to get that plan moving.
There's not nearly as many floorboards as you would expect for a map's basement. It's very similar in concept to Oregon in that capacity. But the difficulty after it comes from the hatches and the control and the speed at which a player can get into the basement and dominate control from these northeast and southwest staircases. Whether or not Putnam City can deny on the first floor or not, it will not matter. The extension's not the important thing. It's Evergreen's denial of a central control of this basement side. And giving Snuffed and their position away from an easy drone sent out from Evergreen may not be the best way to do it. They're now positionally known. Shots from Break do take down Low Diff, which is a very poor start for Evergreen when their roam clear is now no longer on the board and they'll be clearing nothing. Maybe accept the sight lines of a couple backwards facing drones to ensure that nothing is visible. The Yokai drone goes skyward and Tuck is roaming it out and about, hoping that they can see anything from within garage. A great strategy for Putnam City. And a wise decision to do it once for the intel and down, never to be seen again, to ensure that you still have that drone in the final few moments instead of wasting it and the possibility of a second quickly afterwards.
Silex, expecting to see a little bit more spontaneity and aggression. That will not be the case, as all the players of Evergreen will be playing a lot more reserved. The vertical play now coming into full force with a minute to go. It seems a little bit late. You're going to have to be hoping to get an equalizing frag off this one. Zylex being slowed down a little bit from the goo mine of Reses, as Exotic Boxfish will be the next player to be relegated to drone duty, as Break captures their third kill of this match. Evergreen now turning their attention towards sight. They're going to have to contend with a lot of utility, and that Mira with that Vector is going to be yet another one of them. Blue holding it down. Nano is going to swing, trying to find another one. Meanwhile, Tuck will take out Tone. All that stuff onto Lux, and that's a flawless round for Putnam City. Are we sure we got these map picks correct? Because Putnam is showing an absolute dominance so far.
Nothing that Evergreen Valley have brought out in these first two rounds has panned out for themselves. And while Nighthaven is, like many maps, pretty darn good for defending teams, it's still a pretty even split from at least most scenarios and most scenes that I've seen it within. Evergreen will need to start finding at least some tempo and some pacing out from underneath them. Putnam City have had two maps, I should say, technically, a whole series behind them in terms to warm up. And Evergreen Valley, we don't know how warm they are coming into this. Maybe these first few rounds are feeler rounds. Maybe it's them getting back into the pacing of things to understand, digest, and evolve their playstyle to fit against this pirate roster who, by all accounts, is looking a whole lot different, Zayden, in comparison to what we saw this last weekend in their first matchup against each other in the upper bracket. And I'll be fair, Putnam City had to work a whole lot more after a very big loss, a 2-0 fashion loss against Evergreen. They're putting in the quick work and the dirty work and the due diligence to get that job done in the first two rounds. Second one flawless at that. How can Evergreen adjust upon it? Well, we'll have to see as we head into our third tertiary objective now for Putnam City. Kitchen's a very difficult one to deal with, and a lot of it's going to come from presence of that central hallway. This is where Evergreen's priority is going to come. Can they execute Break, who's gone for an outside rooftop to try to get that hatch reinforced? There is no real speed that can deny that. It's just a matter of knowing that player is extended away from sight and trying to play the cutoff, which Silence does.
That's a great player to be closing off. Break has done a great job of being consistent in all two rounds so far. On the side of Evergreen, it bodes real well. With that Kaid being banned, you could go and use a can opener, which you don't have access to. You're gonna have to go in. If you do opt to go for that hatch, that's gonna mean you are allocating an entire thermite charge to that. That's a lot of utility. A thermite charge, I would never recommend using that one on a hatch because it's just not worth the utility. Blue will jump out the window using some good information and capture Low Diff at an unexpected angle. And the aggression from Putnam City, something that seems a little bit foreign, especially when going against Evergreen, is not something I was expecting to say. We now join Snuffed on the roam, on the Frost at any point. Still has a Frost med in their back pocket. We'll see if they can get a little bit creative with that one. But I need I need the advantage going towards Evergreen to support them in this round, as they have a lot to cover, a lot of a zombie barricades to be using, but Snuffed coming up huge on that roam now. They've got 2 to their name. In a minute for Boxfish and Tone to recapture this round and an ability to frag out in this matchup.
Exotic Boxfish. A little separated from Ton right now. This is that hallway that I was highlighting would be so important. Creating a sight lane there from lobby makes your job a little bit easier. There's not too much utility here available for Evergreen that's effective to use. A smoke canister can buy you some space, but it's purely gun up. They had to get up to the 2nd floor and shut down Laylu. They do so well. 2 versus 2 now on site. Crossfire from Snuffed. 3 kills for Snuffed. Think it 4, why don't ya? Putnam City. Palmdale mentioned they were worried about Snuff's playstyle, and they should have been. But now Snuff's continuing to pound the rock home. It's 3-0, guaranteeing already an even first half, just 3 rounds in to the very first map of Nighthaven Labs, as Evergreen Valley take a much-needed timeout to digest what's gone so darn wrong. And there's quite a lot. Wow. Feeding Snuffed 8-1 may be the biggest thing to look at. You gotta find this player, but the problem lies in where the heck is Snuffed every single round. And I'm sorry to break it to you, they're never in the same exact spot. Snuffed is mobile. They're agile. They're all across the board. Evergreen has been giving up their extension clear, their roam clear operators so soon every time. Whether it's your Jackal, whether you're putting a Gridlock or a Nomad out there, it doesn't matter. You're letting these extensions for Putnam City sit for too long. And you need to bring in 2 every single time to close them out. And if you isolate 1v1s, Putnam City are already warmed up. And Zayden, it's hard to ice out a team that's this hot already.
Yeah, they had the momentum from that. Hold on, Scott. Putnam City are yet to lose a defensive round today. I want to let that sink in. They did not drop a single one on border. That is staggering. Putnam City putting in the work, and that defensive, I don't know what's going on, but they've been absolutely rocking it. One thing I'm looking for them to continue doing is the chemistry we're seeing. Snuffed, they've had an ability to rotate around the map and play completely free and uncontested. I normally recommend a Jackal. That's not going to be the case here. That's where I'm going and looking for an entry in the form of perhaps Xylix. You need to go and get in there, rotate all around, do whatever you need to do, but it needs to be supported by your team. One of the biggest praises I was giving was just this team's ability in the side of Evergreen to play around and play through Xylix. That has not taken place yet. You need to go and immediately start making those rotations, using that drone to set them up. And here we go. There's Xylix stepping up. Blue, down they go. That gives you the man advantage. However, we've seen the Pirates bounce back from this multiple times, whether it be through an elaborate trap that's been set up, or just a simple measurement of you get 1 kill, I'll get 2. Simple as that. But it's a good entry. Xylix needs to continue to work with these drones. There's still a lot of them available, as only 1 drone has been shot by the Pirates, which bodes very well for this late game from Evergreen.
Really shocking as well here, Zayden, to see that they haven't committed to a roam clear operator is so heavy, at least in this round for Evergreen. Though with the objective that is in play, it's a little less shocking taking it into account, but it does mean that Xylix has a lot of work cut out ahead of them for dry peaks and for awkward peaks, and to be fair, it's worked out well for them. First one, Laylu dead. Second player you'd ever expect to extend, or maybe not expect to extend, the pulse of Rezus, now also off the board. Utilizing the hatch that Evergreen left, that Putnam City left open for a sight line down to the floor below. Against them, That will make them think twice about leaving it up. Nitrocell tossed to the rafters side of garage. With 60 seconds remaining, there's a whole lot to see and a whole lot you're going to have to realize quickly. Putnam City to claw your way into this one as Breakay overstays their welcome after picking up the first frag for Putnam. Silex gets their third kill of the round, and here's that roam game from Snuffed. The MP swings out for Xylix, taken down by Exotic Boxfish, and there is Tuck stuck in corner cubby. Low diff with that frag. And a little too slow of a step back in through garage. A swing out of desperation, not out of a freebie frag, puts Putnam now in their first round loss on defense of the day. Against an Evergreen Valley side, you do not want to allow to start getting rounds under their belt. That site, just not one for Putnam, it seems, as it was close in round one. And this one, it's not too close for comfort. It was an Evergreen slaughter, with Xylix finding themselves 3 kills to separate distance between these two teams. Finally, for this Evergreen Valley side.
Xylix doing a great job of just waking up in a certain sense, and I guess it's a little bit late in the day to be waking up. Maybe they took a nice little afternoon nap. I know those are always quite handy. But I'm left wondering, as we go towards this basement site, what needs to change from Evergreen? Last time, it was a crazy mirror setup. This time, we don't need to contend too much with that. And it was also a flawless round for the Pirates. So it's going to be little changes. If we look over towards operator selection, good use of the 6th pick as they have a clear idea. Xylix, no surprise, is going to stick on that Ash. We've seen Xylix actually flex on a few different operators, and one of our critiques was making sure that Xylix is put into a position where that utility usage is not as important. That's why we see this Evergreen roster struggle so much on attack, is because on defense, we oftentimes saw Xylix playing that Goyo. Place it and leave it utility. On that Ash, you still have a role that you need to fulfill before you can go and start fragging out. It looks like previously they just gone and forced Xylix to go and have to do that sort of utility, and most of the time Hardbreach can get out of the way early in the match. You get that wall open and then you're free to do whatever you want. However, it just plays with the operator selection a little bit too much. It doesn't work as well. It's easier to throw Xylix on that Ash, let them go frag out, go crazy, and leave 2 other players to have to deal with it. And that's exactly what they do. As the second consecutive round, Blue will be the first to fall off an entry frag from Xylix. Someone you cannot allow to get hot and get toasty in a situation like this.
Sideline denial devices set up makes the drone work for Evergreen a little bit more hard to do. The job isn't impossible, and you can see the Putnam City side unaware of the possibility of some drones tucked inside of the objective. There's one being Z-pinged. Tuck's trying to highlight that for Breakay, who will eventually clear it out. Now they're starting to see the Ash out through the breach in Breakay. There's more than one. You just took down the wrong operator. And now Breakay's in a very tough spot. More than just a single player out the breach. They restand and go for it. One of the most aggressive ideas you can take. A spot you know they must come to. And you still stand in the face of adversity. And Putnam City off the back of one man of Breakay. Climb back to the lead in numbers. They'll rotate 2 upstairs. They want the first floor, and it looked to be denied initially by Snuff for Putnam City. And now Xylix is on a sprint to try to find a new angle. Meets Rez's, and Rez's peaks at the wrong time. Xylix just holds down left click. And it's a 3-on-3.
One thing to keep in mind here, Xylix does have Case in this scenario. They're the one responsible for that plant if it comes down to it. Well, a minute ago, we still have Tuck on the board with those yokai drones. So menacing, and to see the Pirates having the opportunity to make great use of it. Breakay, what a devious angle to be using, even using the extra distance. Xylix hitting every goo mine imaginable. Thankfully, it's not the old goo mines, otherwise a big chunk of Xylix's health would have already been gone. Making their way down cargo. They have a couple of options here. Most importantly, they need to contend with this angle, but it's going to be Breakay off the devious angle previous mentioned. They'll be able to grab the frag. Lux, next to fall. Continuing to spray. It's all left up to low diff, recovering the diffuser. Make their way in. They got to keep on spraying. Able to find one. Can they find the other 2 with the single sliver of HP? 2 seconds to go. They need to stick. They'll go down for it. Breakay looking for the planter. They'll find it quite easily. And the Pirates secure the basement site and secure a positive half.
Such a dangerous objective to try to leave up space in. And Evergreen Valley do all the right things. They get the breach open on basement. They get the undercroft wall open. But what they don't have is a way to stay there safely. They rotate 2 players back up, leave the 1. They want that space still. They need to get into the objective. The win condition has not changed. But Putnam City know they have to rotate, force them out of there in a huge hero play from Breke. Who else, as we saw also in Oregon, do the exact same thing, puts Putnam City in a more comfortable spot to hold out. And though Reses did die to Xylix upstairs, you still had plenty of players that could step back down. You still had players on site. But now you head into with a positive guaranteed first half against Evergreen Valley, the arguable first seed, for this being their only season in HSEL, and to win it out, not a single game lost flawlessly. It's time to put Putnam City back on the board for the #1 seed and show why you were rated there in the first place. That's what they're trying to tell people. They're not done with just fall. They're not done with the performance they gave in spring when they got knocked out. They want to go beyond it. And they have to get 5 here to make that second half much more manageable, because attack on Nighthaven is a nightmare against a roaming and aggressive team like Evergreen. Can you envision? Here's Zayden. The Xylix extension, the exotic boxfish angle peak, and the low diffed prone angle that Evergreen will be using in this second half on defense. Putnam City need this 5th round.
It's going to be very hard to claw back from if they don't. Boxfish struggling a little bit with this Maverick trick. It's a tough one to do, and going for the whole wall, you got to make sure you pause a little bit in the minute. It's a little bit more of a media reinforcement whenever you are doing any sort of Maverick trick, as the divider in between actually extends outward as well. It's part of what allows the Maverick trick to take place. It takes a little bit of practice, but you'll get it eventually, and I believe that hole might just be to make sure you can get that mute jammer. But it's also feeling very slow, and they're going to spot out a black mirror, which is definitely going to come into play a little bit later here. Tone making their way. It's a tough one here, Scott. You don't want to expose yourself too much, but you don't want to wait and waste too much time that Putnam City is going to gladly take away from you.
Dada cannot peek away from this at the wrong time. Reses is just... maybe greed is the undoing here for Putnam City in the round. It's really hard to say, but I'm very concerned with the first loss being a smoke of all things, and it being snuffed of all people, who has made up 10 kills when collectively the rest of the team has combined for 13. 45% of all your frags from one man, and they're the first to fall in a very important 6th round for Putnam City. But they know the mistake that's been made, and they need to make sure they can force Evergreen to do the exact same thing. Low diff is dead. That's at least a little bit more, a little less maybe, you have to deal with. Then you've got to be concerned about the final 40 seconds when they have to push you and the guns go up and Xylix is still standing. Breaching round in hand, they want to break the shield. They'll do it, but it costs them Xylix's life. Leilu in the same fell swoop takes down Lux. And only Tun and Exotic Bachfish remain. Now only one man standing, and it's Tun. 0 kills. Will they find their first? They need 4, and they get none. Putnam City find the 5th. They go 5-1 at halftime. And Putnam City guarantee that this first half is irrevocably theirs. Nothing you can say about it, Evergreen Valley, will turn that first half around. You have to show up in the second, and Putnam City just needs you to make 2 mistakes in 2 rounds.
I don't know if it was an overconfidence opting to choose Nighthaven maps. But Scott, oh man, it does not look even anywhere near Evergreen Valley's pick. The Pirates have gone and seen the opportunity for Nighthaven and just pounced on it. We're going to have to see a near flawless, if not, if they want to win it outright, a flawless defense from Evergreen. We know they've been very dominant before. Xylex on that Goyo is a very scary sight indeed. But Evergreen needs to be firing on all cylinders, and that has not happened yet in this matchup. CC is a very difficult site to hold the moment you have to contend with multiple angles. There's multiple ways that the attackers can set up a crossfire. What they need to do is secure that roam game the same way that we saw Snuffed go and start to dominate the moment they start to cut down players and be able to rotate back with their life is what we need to see from Xylex. This entire map could be won on this roam clear now as Xylex sits comfy, cozy, waiting for his opponent.
EMP goes out in Putnam City. Set up an exothermic charge on Terrace. And Ton maybe got a little bit too big for their britches. They try to peek out a window off in the direction of Snuffed, and Snuffed has the prone angle to deny that space. And a breaching round here as well. If they don't make the same mistake Xylex made last round in the attempt to clear out the shield, they could guarantee that they break down this barricade, break down this mirror window, and deny that visual acuity to the Putnam City side. Sorry, the Evergreen defensive side. As it does go forward. Snuffed has the perfect angle to do so safely, but a nitro tossed, and my goodness, was it close. The attempted shot from Snuffed, it won't matter. Now you're in a spot where you're lower on HP, and you're out of your teammate reses. And you're now out for your own count. Exotic Boxfish, a wild swing on Fenrir. It's Evergreen clawing back as much of claim as they can. As Xylex will clear out a couple of these track stingers in an attempt to rotate in. There's so much utility here, and Putnam City are taking advantage of it. 2 more off the board. Putnam City back in player control, and Xylex has made so much noise. All it takes is a couple of bits of communication, and Breaky, I think, realizes it, but Xylex! They just can't be stopped! Finally shut down! But Lux has a vector! Same as Xylex does! Off in the distance! Hasn't been allowed to heat up yet, but who's to say this round can't be the case? Putnam City, they have to shut down Lux, and they do it! Up to 6! First map already, Putnam City!
I know Xylex died right after it. What a frag. The problem is, Putnam City was ready. You said one player, all that noise, all that utility being broken, you had to rotate up a set of stairs. That's something that Evergreen never did on their roam. They might have had the Nomad, but that gridlock getting set up in the right position makes it so scary to have to rotate back to an objective, especially on a flank.
Attackers need to locate and
Very smart play by the Pirates. A well-deserved match point. And for the Cougars, man, oh man, Scott. They have a lot of work ahead of them. That round was obtainable. But they still need to be working together, setting each other up for frags. We saw a lot of consecutive frags. Set the map up so you can get your trades. Set the map up so the moment they walk in one area, they can take out one of you, but the second one already has a line of sight from a different angle.
10 seconds left before insertion.
You need to control the flow that the attackers take, and I understand how difficult that can be, and I understand how hard it is to plan towards that.
Attackers' objective is to locate a
But it's
bomb
something
and
that Putnam City has done so very well in this matchup. And through any amount of VOD review, you need to go and find that little tiny pin. And that's why going to a map like this, it's always a gamble. You don't have the extra bit of utility that you needed. But it's been great from Evergreen and Putnam. They've just been a unstoppable machine.
Palmdale, though they're not in this game, are plenty happy with what they've gotten out of this competition. $12.50 for the school, for scholarships. But now these two teams are coming out with a fight that doesn't seem like they're just fighting for the difference of from 750 per player to 500 per player. They're coming out with a whole lot more veracity behind that, it seems.
A bomb has been located.
While the amount is impressive, it seems to be the story between them that's being the biggest difference. Putnam City are coming in out of nowhere. Lightning that strikes, and it needs to strike more than twice. It's striking so much more than twice. It's about to be 7 times in the map of Nighthaven. Laylu off to Tut. Another one of its prior. Low diff goes down. Exotic Boxfish. It's only able to scrap up one, and though it leaves Xylix, it's only for 1 second. A GG no re on map 1 in Putnam City. Just took down the #1 conceding championship team of Evergreen Valley on their own map pick 7-1. And in a map worth 2 players, 2 full players for Evergreen Valley couldn't find a single kill. You didn't just ice the team, you iced the roster, Putnam City. The Pirates just swam into your home territory, Evergreen, and just looted all of your goodies and is now heading off to the second map before you even can realize it.
I want to highlight how close that was to a flawless match, Scott. The one round taken by the Cougars felt more like a fluke than any of them, where it was one tiny little mistake. It wasn't the Cougars going and stepping up more. It was a mistake made by the Pirates. That is a very dominant statement of a first map. But there's a reason why it's best 2 out of 3. The Cougars have a chance to go and reset. Look at what I'm doing right here. Here, roll those shoulders back, get resettled, dial back in, because, hey, the night's not over. You still have a full map. And it doesn't matter whether you lost 7-5, 7-1, 8-6. What matters is it's still a loss, a little tick. You can cross that off because there's nothing you can do to change it now. All you can do is get ready for that next game and make sure that you are ready. But
this is arguably the most impressive team stat-wise through a season that HSEL has seen. They dropped a single map in spring semis, in the ending side of spring semis. That was to Colony of all teams, which they actually faced and just went through fairly well earlier on this weekend. They took through Blue Valley #4, 2-0. They'd cut through, Tualatin, 2-0 as well. They 2-0'd Putnam City just last weekend as well, right? Like, they tore through everybody with hardly a mar on their record in any capacity. And now, with advantage in map band selection and stepping in, getting to pick whatever they wanted first, they lose first. And now Putnam gets to go on over to bank their map pick, the second map of this series, and very well could possibly be the final map if Putnam City can dunk through the remainder of this Evergreen Valley roster and just turn this entire series, what the expected result was, on its head. No matter what, it's 2 major championship teams facing off for the Nationals victory here in HSEL. Who's going to take home the gold? Who's going to take home the bigger prize pool, the $3,750, or who's going to go to $2,500? I don't know. Just shy of 4K seems a whole lot more than $2,500. They're going to want that bigger prize pool at the end of the day for that scholarship. But one of these teams has to get through 2 maps, and only one of them has to go through 1. How will map 2 pan out? We'll see after a quick little break. Don't go anywhere.
People love Generation Esports. As the world of esports continues to grow, whether you're a teacher, student, or coach, Generation Esports is here to deliver solutions for any of your gaming-based interests. Our services work together, from competitive opportunities with scholarships to our innovative gaming concepts curriculum. We aim to give schools a premium experience inside and outside of the classroom. But don't take our word for it. Hear it from our community.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together.
A lot of our students are looking for different things to get involved in, and what better way to get involved in something like esports.
I've had the privilege of getting to implement gaming concepts into the curriculum just this past semester. There's the competitive side of things, there's the content creation, there's the hardware, there's the business side of things that's on there. There's something for everyone.
Esports is definitely the period to look forward to every day.
Esports has really changed it where students are now able to, who might have just got home and not had something to do, now they can stay after school, they can be engaged in something that makes them motivated to come to school.
I've been teaching the gaming concepts class here at Lyons High School this semester. The kids have responded really well to the curriculum. HSEL has provided invaluable opportunities for our students. They can compete in national esports leagues and tournaments, learn about esports careers and opportunities, and it's helped our club expand and grow. Esports is sometimes the one thing that keeps students engaged in school that would otherwise skip school or not do homework. Esports is still a new frontier, but you don't have to venture out alone. The Generation Esports team is here to deliver the perfect blend of education and competition. Schedule a call today to find out how we can bring the power of gaming to your classroom.
You can use Valor's training platform to bring professional esports into the classroom, and I'm going to show you how in 30 seconds. First up, let's choose the training camp that's right for me. Our platform is inclusive of all experience levels, so there's a range of choices. Here you can see a structured training roadmap. Let's start our first session. Now I can scaffold my esports teams using learning, quizzes, and training. See, wasn't even 30 seconds. You focus on play, we'll do the rest. Sign up for free today at valoresports.com and take your program to the next level.
Welcome to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because Casey Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HCL National's numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HCL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th, live in Kansas City. Join us and see for yourself who will lift the trident.
Hello, educators. Welcome back. Are you ready to take your scholastic gaming to the next level? Because we are. We know you've been loving the gaming concepts curriculum, but don't worry, that amazing content isn't going away, just moving. Starting this fall, we'll be transferring your gaming concepts learning experience to our brand new US-based platform, Blueprint. But what's Blueprint all about? Blueprint is a cut above the average learning software. It's packing some serious upgrades. The interface is user-friendly, so you won't have to spend ages figuring it out. The platform also has robust security measures to make sure that your important data stays safe. It's also the exclusive provider of the gaming concepts curriculum. Plus, we're making the migration process super smooth. Clear instructions and support will be right at your fingertips. But wait, there's more. Blueprint is a living platform. That means you'll get regular updates and fresh, new content to keep your esports curriculum at the cutting edge. We'll be making continuous improvements based on user feedback and emerging best practices to help educators stay ahead of the game. Blueprint will also house a library of free curriculum materials, which you can use to expand your own knowledge and share your passion for esports education with others. Blueprint is a game changer for educators, a platform focused on enhancing student engagement, motivation, and ultimately, academic success. This powerful platform is designed to make
Zayden, we can talk about it. We can take things slow. We can digest things. We can discuss the problems, the situations, what got us here. But at the end of the day, the story, the whole past doesn't change. And while there's plenty of people you can talk about that, I'm right here next to you. We got to talk to Evergreen about that because, my goodness, the problem's in their hands, and now it's a sour scenario sitting squarely in their lap. Map 171, their map pick. How do you recover? And the answer is, I don't know. This is a problem for them. This is a problem that they've created and they now must recover from. And we know just how good Evergreen Valley are. But do they know how good that Putnam City was? And where was that team just this weekend when they beat them 2-0? And why are they here now in the grand finals when they weren't expecting as much of a competition?
I got to say, for the Cougars, I can't tell you what to do. And I know you certainly can't hear me, so this is just going out to empty ears. But for everyone who's listening,
hopefully they've honored you.
Yeah, if they do, this is great.
We said that this last weekend.
I don't know. I wonder if they can count it up if they're VOD review.
It's your test. It's your summer school homework.
Yeah, homework would be like, let us know. Are you watching VOD review? Always very smart thing to do. But if you're going down to this next map
right now, put the word pineapple in the chat. Can you chat in a VOD? I don't think you can.
No. You can title a clip pineapple. Find us. Message us.
Go on Twitter and at all of the sponsors for the HSEL, whether it be Valor, Intel, or Oakley, and just at them and then put the word pineapple so that they know you came from here and that you're VOD reviewing.
That'd be great. For this match, go in, have some fun. Same way we're doing. You're going over to a map of banks, something you have not been played yet in this tournament on stream. So I don't know that there is any potential VOD review to be reviewed for these players. Bans are going to be extremely crucial. More than anything, the mental game, Scott. That's all that Rainbow Six can chop down to sometimes. If your shots aren't lining up and you're getting angry and you're slamming that keyboard, believe me, in the weeks leading up to this event, as I was trying to make sure that my game ability matched my game knowledge, that desk was slammed a lot. I got a glass desk. I was kind of concerned at some points. But more than anything, it's just going to be the ability for Evergreen to play together and play through each other. When I say through, I do not mean that you're going and just going, okay, I got my kill, there's the trade. It's steading up, droning for each other, communication. Now, both of us, we've experienced working as lifeguards. In a team working with lifeguards, if someone's dealing with an event and they don't even go and tell another lifeguard and things continue on as normal, there's a very, very big problem. A minor situation that only requires one guard could turn an entire other little situation into one that is completely blown out of proportion.
I think the last time I told you that I was a lifeguard was 2 years ago. The fact you remember that.
I got a good memory. Why do you think I do this?
Respect. True. It takes a lot to remember. That's one of the things we preach to players is you can remember the past, because if you don't know your history, you're going to be doomed to repeat it. And while Bank has not seen play yet this weekend, on broadcast at least, we did, I think, miss one lower bracket game, but I don't think it mattered. I don't think it was any of the two teams here. Yeah, I don't believe it was any of the two teams here, because Putnam got put into the lower finals from their loss against Evergreen, so it wouldn't matter. Bank has not seen a lot of day on air, on broadcast, which means there's nothing to VOD review, there's nothing for precedent, there's no history here. And every week in R6 feels like a new week, feels like a new meta, feels like a new strategy that has to come into play. And if you don't have full coverage, like 2 lifeguards on stand, or even a third if it gets busy, you're going to find yourself in a whole lot more problems than just a couple rounds down. You're going to find yourself 5, 6 rounds down on your own map pick, like Evergreen just had on Nighthaven, where they were forced to say, GG, I guess, go next.
I think Banks could be a very interesting map to see these teams' abilities. I'm hesitant. I think it's lucky that Evergreen gets to start on defense, which is their strong side. Funny enough, it's also Putnam City's strong side. So with all of that in mind, I need a Evergreen 4-2 split, at least. And if you're wondering why I always go engage things by the split, is exactly the same reason why Scott talked about the 3-round search, 3-round switch. is because it gets to a little bit of a predictable sort of, oh, we got to secure the half, and then the second half is either more stressful or less stressful. That 3-and-3 allows for a lot more even catch-up, or you get 3, then I get 3, more of a catch-up game rather than an absolute blowout game. So as we see an entry from Putnam City where they've had extremely limited rounds on attack, and the different mentality could be a bit more different for them to have to adapt to. Let's see if they can deal with the roaming menace that is Xylix, that is falling asleep at the conference table, something you never want to have happen to you.
Lying in wait. Players of Putnam City surrounding him. And while you don't typically see a Goya roaming around the map, in any map, let alone on Bank, it is Xylix. That is the player to be keeping an eye on for the majority of this Evergreen defense. Whether it's attack or offense, they're always so darn threatening. You can see Putnam City realizing there's a player up on the 3rd floor, placing an air jab for the denial of which will have to be seen. Keep them off from the rotate back down to the 2nd floor. They're going to quickly start to work on these hatches into basement so they can start to take advantage of the player advantage they'll theoretically have. As they're also quite wary of that hatch, but they're not anymore, as Breakay doesn't realize what's going on around them and is trying to drone out for the roster up on mezzanine or square. There's reses to refrag. The damage has been done and the value for Xylix has been found, but it's not nearly enough. Thatcher's done their job here, Zayden. Breakay's role has been fulfilled. There's no more need for EMPs, and even if you need it, Reses has 2 pockets. You'll likely try to breach out one of these walls or both of these walls. As Leilu tries to break down a Vulcan canister placed just above the objective where the default plant is set up, just inside of security. You can see that Luxt is baiting out one of their own Vulcan canisters off the side. Leilu, though, headshots galore. Exotic boxfish off the board. Putnam City back tying things into a 3 versus 3 as the team preps up for a sighted take now onto the objective of choice of A. No tertiary angle, no assistance to Leilu, who's trapped and isolated on site and extends too far into space. Reses needs to extend safely, has the K to deal with, and they'll do it well, but it's just Tuck now. A 1v2, no player's position 100% known, and due to it, Evergreen will sweep the basement now on Bank.
That hurts. Especially as a Putnam City fan, you want your team to be going into this one and continue swinging the way they did in the previous match. That basement site is such a dominant one. There's a lot of great things that we saw in that round. It was a great roam clear, and I say that after they figured out the initial droning was not nearly as good. I wanted to see a little bit more from Xylix getting that kill, and even retreating back, forcing the players to always have to stay on their toes might have been good, but it was getting caught a little bit off guard by the Dokkaebi of Reses. It's smart. It's smart to go for basement first. I've seen teams go for 2nd floor first, but I like basement for the sole reason you have those long angles. You have the mirror window to be playing. You have all this information, and I don't think that was adequately dealt with by the players of Putnam City. It's hard to deal with, but I want more smokes. I want you forcing that C4 denial, but there wasn't enough utility. There wasn't enough being stacked up beyond the hatches being opened early on. There was a minute, and you still weren't down to the bottom site. And I want to emphasize that, yes, you can say there was a roamer, but Putnam City, you didn't know there was a roamer.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
They were still sitting on the 3rd floor until the Dokkaebi call, and at that point, you were still going a little bit slower than I would have appreciated. But for the Pirates, there's a lot to recover from, and especially going on to a 2nd round where they have those exterior windows to make a great use of. I think it could be a very different round, because this is their map pick for a reason.
30 seconds into the round, and Putnam City are starting to apply pressure on the verticality, the repel from window. Bank for a long time here, Zayden. It's called Window Repel Simulator. It fell more so over to maps like Villa for a little bit even. So it quickly fell off there as Window Repel was found to be a little bit less viable in comparison to maps like Consulate pre-rework. The Bank has always been so darn efficient. for repelling for control of the second floor, for taking on the attack. You also have to be very concerned with the possibility of runouts, and Xylix does it. That's not just one, that's two, with 0 damage back. No runout though. It was from within stock, but it was 2 players trying to take advantage of square, trying to swing out from veranda outside of stock. Now Putnam City are 2 players down, squarely in a position where they have to frag those back, lacking the hard breach they want to contend it with. And though the stairs player here, a Snuff, does get away with a frag, they're taking too much damage. They step on a frost mat and they have a goo mine in their ankle. It's just a matter of time now for when reses will be spotted in this 4v1 Evergreen Valley. While I don't say celebrate too soon, it does look primed very easily for a 2-0 start. Just can't feed the beast that is reses on these easy 1v1s over the next 60 seconds of time, as I believe the calls were made for Evergreen to tee in back towards site and stop extending for a single frag. I believe Putnam will try to play this essentially as a timeout here.
I don't know about that. Residence has done a great job previously of isolating the frag. That's something you need to try to do your best to. And as you have a player like Low Diff going for a peak like this, they don't have any real support. If they can catch this player lacking before their support can get there, and of course that will not be the case here, is not able to grab that frag. They have a lot of opportunity. Running out like that is not a smart one. You've turned a 1v3 into a 2v1. Looks more and more winnable. They have one hole they know they have to swing through. Don't necessarily have the information. It's going to be a very narrow, tight angle that Lux will use. And man, that gives me flashbacks to when you could look through the bomb chassis, as I'll use the top of it to secure Evergreen's 2nd consecutive round. Hey, better than the first map.
So many consistency problems right now for Putnam City on the attack, and we mentioned it. They're a defender team. They've always looked better on the defense. They've looked better all day today now on the defense. They have only lost a single round today on defense. That was the one, what you highlighted as a fluke round. I think it was a mistake round. Early stages are pretty rough. But this is just a Putnam City side that's making too many mistakes too early and giving up first bloods. In the map of Bank, it's very easy to do that on the attacking side. And I had highlighted that issue for them against Palmdale. And I highlighted the issue for Palmdale as well. Your entry's role here is unbelievably important. And if your entry isn't stepping up to bat, your team's going to keep swinging and they're going to keep missing. You need that leader, that entry role, to fulfill their role, get those first bloods, and to allow for your team to refrag should be required, or allow for them to go crazy and get 2 or 3 in a row. Xylix is usually that responsibility for Evergreen, and look at how it worked out on Nighthaven. Xylix failed to heat up the same highlight level that was required of them to make up for the couple players that were lagging behind in the kill feed. 2 players with 0 kills. Xylix getting 9 means nothing when they're not winning the first blood fights, and they're not consistently helping the rest of the team because they can't help themselves. Now we're seeing the team stick together. A team that frags together, wins together. We're now seeing the kill department lag behind on Putnam City, who just aren't given the space with a sight line to find those frags. Tuck sitting at 0, Break Case sitting at 0. And while it's not a full 8 rounds in difference, it's not somewhere you want to be, and a good reason why we're seeing Evergreen now up 2-0 and sitting fairly comfortable in those 2-0 victories, where Putnam City are down to 1 player when there's still 3 up, still standing for Evergreen. And it just is a consistency factor into 2 rounds heading to the 3rd.
As Putnam City slowly make their approach, I find myself reminded that Evergreen is a team that slowly starts to get warm and play better and better as the match goes on. Kills being traded back and forth. Xylix, quick to follow this round. And it means that Boxfish, Low Diff, and Tone are going to have to step up in a huge way. It's a tertiary bomb site, but you want to set the tone very early on in this matchup, not give your opponents any breathing room. On Bank, this is their map pick. You know that they're going to be more comfortable. Take anything that you can grab. But time is still ticking away here, Scott. Putnam City lack a little bit of direction, where they're considering their options, but they have yet to commit. And now looking to use these floorboards. There's Break-A. Doing a great job of that. Low diff in a little bit of an off angle if it's not spotted out or droned. There's still a number of drones, 7 to be exact, that are still available and on the board. See it to be seen how well they are utilized. Great job by Tony, even out the man count as this final 60 seconds is well underway.
You're closing into time and you had that advantage, losing it. And into a crazy shot like that's gonna feel very dicey. Tucked in behind, just short of a desk. You can square away one kill. What's the possibility a second can follow? Maybe soon. Tons inside of office. Lighting by paper. There will be a plant now going completely underway. Ton, position known. Shots connecting, but neither side getting the advantage. It's just about keeping them off of each other. And forcing Ton the other direction. Low diff. Forced back, but the air jab's just enough to create spacing for a free plant now for Putnam City. As it switches on its head. Player close to the reinforced wall. Will Low Diff be given safe entry in? They can't! And Snuff knows it! The audio cue's perfect, and Break-A, though they can, they won't save their teammate, but they still get the kill. Putnam City. Yes, they were tired of letting the Evergreen Valley side start to roll through them. The scoreline now 2-1. The attack finally finding their feet underneath them and open. They can't return to it. They're heading back to lockers and CCTV. The basement on Bank. That's so difficult for so many teams. And Putnam City showed their difficulties when it came down to just gunfights, and the improvisation fails in round 1.
I think on a site like basement, something I'd love to see here, and I love your speculation on this, is that he is a operator that I know Evergreen very, very much despises, that also managed to escape the ban phase in this match. That is right, I'm speaking to the illustrious Montang. An operator that could easily block it if you go and bait out enough of those smoke canisters. You still have to deal with those 3 nitros, as it's clearly prepared, but it's great at blocking them. You can actually block that nitro and block a blast because of the shrapnel system that you do have that does spread out onto nitros, if I remember correctly. But the Montang could be a very smart pick. Another great pick that I'm liking is the Nook. Nook is a great operator just for their ability to silently maneuver around the map and deal with all of these different forms of utility. The one problem, though, is Xylix is on the Capcan. For someone like Nook, shooting those Capcan traps can be very, very noisy. So I'm interested to see. It's going to be a great show of force to see how Break-A will be able to maneuver around this map and the routes they opt to take.
Honestly, I've been very impressed, despite the fact the scoreline's 2-1 for Putnam City. I've been very impressed with Putnam City, bar round 2's kind of irrecoverable string of deaths in quick succession. Round 1 was closer. They had a really good step up to basement. They realized that Xylix was upstairs, and they avoided the Vulcan canister wielding Goyo. They made sure they didn't have to contend with it. They set up air jabs. It was just a failure for frags on site and a little bit of a misstep quite physically in proportion where your player is trying to extend around into the objective and avoid the Vulcan canisters that were eventually detonated on site. Xylix, though, squares away off towards big window, towards main hall. Though they do squeeze away 1 kill, and Break-A's time on Nook will be no longer. The refrag is at least clean enough, and Snuff's role and responsibility now is just to set down the old can openers on the hatch in the elevator and create those positions of phantom pressure or real pressure, depending on what Putnam City actually opt to do. They may actually want to utilize that hatch, considering they failed to find tertiary angles in round 1. They create it. They now have that viability, as this will be too slow at EMP now, I believe.
Wow.
Just enough time.
That's insane.
That is a crazy EMP time.
Yeah, getting very lucky there with that one, Scott. But minute to go here. We've seen some pretty interesting minutes, and it looks to be a 4v4 commit, as I don't expect any sort of drop. We have the Buck, who's already made their way down inside of elevator. Great job by Snuff. They're now going to have to contend with multiple angles. They have no way of leaving here, and it's going to be an absolute frenzy. Tuck taking out Lux, but also Blue in the process. This means that the Buck of Snuff is now stuck inside of elevator, as the final toxic bay will be detonated. You're going to have to make sure you're in a good position to deal with Snuff the moment you have to. 20 seconds now. The rest of the commit coming from the CC side. Plant attempted by Tuck. 1C4 in the hand of Exotic. Is going to get thrown out. Unsuccessful. Snuff. Successful outside of the elevator. Tone to come up huge. All of it for Snuff. Has use of the Mira. Defuse is already underway, but Exotic Boxfish will allow Evergreen to go up 3-1 in a critical round.
Job's not done, Putnam City. Your player gets the diffuser down, but the covering fire still needs to be there. The hold from your coverer needs to be in a non-direct angle for the planter to stand up from. Ton gets a 2x freeway. Can spray through both players with a TCSG shotgun. And Evergreen are gifted a third round in a scenario where Putnam City are on a ridiculously difficult retake objective. Arguably the easiest post-plant site on the map. If you can get there, you win it 9 times out of 10. But this is the one. And it's the one for reasons like that. And Evergreen will not complain. They will take it happily. And they'll move back up to the second floor for main office. We saw just how devastating a round result this was for Evergreen previously. Round 1 was close. You can give him that. Putnam City well deservedly should have and could have took it. Round 4 was even darn close. Coulda, woulda, shoulda though. Round 2, easily Evergreens. There was no and, if, or buts about it. Xylix's double spray down to square. The stack on site for Lux, just inside the chassis. Everything together. And it was a really poor round for Putnam City in their performance and execution. And they know that. So they'll step to round 5 with a different mindset in mind and a different idea of how to go about things. Kiba barricades are a big issue. You can shoot those down, but in the grand spree of things, sometimes wasting the ammunition on a Kiba barricade is something that's not too wise to do as a player. But Leilu with an LMG, the job's a little bit easier to get it done. Don't have to waste 2 magazines to do so. But this is a bit wild. Leilu, you just swung out into open, deep open, when you could have taken window repel on the opposite side to get there 10 times safer. That's why you died for Putnam City on their exit out into square just over in round 2. We now see why.
First kill for Tone. Blue getting into an altercation. HP will favor the other side as Tone concerns their second kill of this round. That's on to the high killing Snuffed, who's surprisingly on the thermite roll. Lux also adding on to it, and very much like the previous round, we're seeing domination. Tuck next ball. We're on the cusp of a flawless round. Xylix prone, low dip to swing from up above the SMG-11. It'll be flawless, nothing you can fix there, as Putnam City was grasping at nothing but air. Dominance, Scott. And we've seen
no clue.
We've seen this. No,
they don't know how to fight that objective.
On their own map pick.
On their own map pick, they do not know how to take square. And it's obvious when you watch a player sprint from double door to close wall. There's 2 window repels on the far side that would be 10 times easier. There's a skylight you can toss a smoke canister down from to separate sight lines. Capitow's pretty popular on this site for a reason as well. You can toss deep bolts through stock. You have no one dealing with tellers. With stock room.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
The total absence of success for Putnam City on that site now twice in a row. Spells disaster heading into the second half. Because Putnam City, now given their last chance to go 4-2 at split. They're a darn good defending team, but they've had leeway. They've had momentum. They will be lacking that heading into the defensive half of Bank, especially if the only success they had was in round 3, and it was a drought since that point. We're heading back to the one objective they won. And Zayden, this is their best and only shot now remaining. And it was still a dicey scenario. Tuck was inside of desk, had a good shot out, refragged pretty quickly afterwards. It gave them a little bit of an edge over Evergreen. Positioning was a big thing, and now the unexpected angles of Evergreen on this extension out will be a bigger problem. And here's one right here. Exotic Boxfish out from behind desk, trying to step forward. Now needing to reload the T5 SMG. Swung in good time, but not timed enough. Putnam City get 3 kills in 25 seconds of the start of actually getting into the map.
That's how you make a statement, Scott. You hear people saying, uh-oh, Putnam City's losing it. You gotta snap back. You wanna get a flawless round? You know what? I wanna try and get a flawless round. As they are on the cusp of doing so, Lux can now have an opportunity and deny the flawless. They've got a daunting task ahead of them, though. They've been able to isolate yet another 1v1, taking a little bit of health point damage from it, spraying down hallway. They have a few different options. The B is obviously going to give away the location, has to swing, has yet another 1v1. They're not even going to have a chance to win this one out as Blue takes that dominant fashion for Putnam City as they go hurtling towards the defensive end. And 4-2, that's a pretty good split. If I'm being honest with the way that Evergreen plays those twos, yeah, it's great. It's pretty good. I can't criticize Putnam City too much. And with how dominant they've been on defense, that's something I'm really looking forward to. However, we both know the score the last time these teams played each other, as well as in the upper finals, where it was a very slow claw back from the Cougars. I say slow. The first map was the one that went the way of Putnam City, and that was very, very close in overtime, 8-7. But then the Cougars really started to pick it up, 7-4, 7-3 in that final map. I think a big thing that had the Pirates at an advantage is actually the fact that Evergreen didn't have to play a match earlier today. Putnam City came in and they were already working like a well-oiled machine, where Evergreen maybe a little bit rusty and had to get things going. Yeah.
Yeah.
It makes a huge difference. It sounds silly. It's a huge difference. It's a mental relaxation and already knowing what's going on. The same reason for my criticism of you don't want to warm up and get into the habit of, oh, it's okay, we can go and just rush into the site. It doesn't really matter. It's harder to snap back into that momentum. And Putnam City, I'll give you credit. You proved me wrong. You were completely fine. You were cold calculated for the entirety of your first match. But the matter is, you now still have to go and maintain that mental durability as Evergreen starts to power up.
You're looking at a team that had momentum as their #1 factor for a lot of their success, right? We talk about huge strings of rounds that favor Putnam. Very few times we've seen straggler rounds like that first half was for the attack of Putnam City. But it is the weaker side for them. They're not an attacking team most times. They're very defender favored. My goodness, you're looking at a team that has those problems, that's so good when they get the ball rolling. Seeing them struggle to do that, you start to worry. Look at the results. Don't look at how the rounds played out, and you think this is a good half. And if you only look at the 2 rounds Putnam City won, you'd think they could have dominated that first half. But basement could have gone either way. Square was never a factor. Or upstairs office, I should say, was never a factor. And now Putnam City on the defense can get a little bit of diciness of their own. Off goes Ton. That's an exothermic charge. That is a hard breach you're now lacking, but the Montane from Lux. This is something that Putnam City really weren't wanting to face off against. Now, whether that's true or not, I'll ask in an interview if Putnam City make it there, since we saw Montane banned all weekend and earlier. We'll have to see if it even favors the Evergreen side, because right now the result is not favorable whatsoever. Exotic Boxfish now off the board as well. That's a Nomad. No air jabs remaining. You're going to need flank watch drones, and you're going to need to relegate both Ton and Exotic Bachfish to cycle between them. That's even if you have any remaining and willing to do so, as you'll have one more player ready to be relegated. As Lux swung up from the flank, K1A to do so. Low Diff has to refrag, does it well, but Xylix took damage in the process. And it's a sacrificial lamb for Evergreen that never should have been sacrificed at all, with Putnam City now up 4-2. This Evergreen side has two insanely talented players at their fingertips here. It's up and standing. There's four just as talented individuals for Putnam City. And what a flick from Low Diff for the pre-fire.
Okay, you're getting you're getting the man count down to favor you. You still have the 6th player on the roster. Father Time, as you like to call it, Scott. And now with 30 seconds, you have to narrow that man count down to 0 or get that plant. And I hate to break it to you, that plant is not looking very likely. You have to contend with the Echo into the hallway, holding that deployable shield.
There it is.
MP5, and that's a triple kill from Snuffed. Great cross peek set up. Finally, the Rotero drone dispensing that shield, but that should have happened ages ago. You're dealing with angles all across. No time to get into sight. Yokai drone there, you can swing, but it's a 4K from Snuff. As Putnam City put on yet a defensive masterclass of this 2nd floor. They may not know how to attack it, but they sure can hold it down.
To be fair, it's a really darn difficult objective to attack.
It is. Oh, it very much is.
But there's basics. There's due diligence you gotta do, and Putnam weren't doing it. We see the start of it for Evergreen. But they can't make it there because Putnam City's fighting those first bloods. That's the exact thing that Evergreen were trying to do previously. Exact same problem they're forcing into the Cougar lap. But that round results exactly what you want to see. In a 2v3 scenario with a Rotero drone waiting to deal with the shield inside Hall at elbow, Xylix stepping up too soon, feasibly forcing a 2v1 when they could have an isolated 1v1 if they just waited 8 seconds. It's a misplay for Evergreen, and it puts Putnam City now up one more round and one round away from having this series be tied, or this game, I should say, be tied 4-4. And it's the basement objective. If Evergreen can get into sight safely, utilizing this Montane, they have a shot. But look what Snuffed is bringing. They got the drone. They got the yokai experience. Something we almost said. We were shocked Palmdale didn't opt to target ban in the first series of the day. And we're honestly shocked Evergreen didn't opt to target ban it either. Snuff gets it. And now they can play around with their recon drone of choice, and they can stop and deny that plant for as long as those drones allow them to. It's a very early Nitro Cell, does a little bit of damage to Lux, but that's sent out a bit too soon as the drones, the Rotero drones and more, will try to force back players from away from server and back into a site where they belong, and even further back if they can help.
Blue to capture the first kill onto Tone.
That's all their hard reach.
Yeah. Very,
Server's
very
near
tough.
impossible now.
Not to mention, you break it, getting ready to swing. There goes your Montag. Good transfer with the recoil. Wow. Down goes Lit. Low Diff. Xylix, Exotic Boxfish. Remaining 2 players also coming from server. Yokai drone making quick work on a spray. Boxfish will come out on top in that altercation. Still 1 C4 in the hand of Tuck that can be utilized, but you're not going to be getting in. You have a mirror drone you're going to have to contend with. You have the Goyo of Blue, players who have been playing extremely well. Not to mention, Snuff, you mentioned that Yokai drone. It's continuing to stun. It's continued to wreak absolute havoc. Xylix on a DMR is something I never thought I'd see, with their ability to go and snap onto players' heads to fight the high recoil of the Vector. Spraying them to find one. But it's a double kill for Blue. All of them to Boxfish. Spraying. Damage. Able to get a triple kill. This will be an ace. Clutch, Scott. They just have to isolate the next 2 ones.
You don't have to peek this. You don't have to peek this, Laylu. Now Tuck. From within the mirror window of safety, can sit back and wait. Where are they lying? What's remaining? The plant is feasible. From behind the A-bomb chassis, the noise will be made, but they don't have to stick it. Air jab will be tossed off to vaults. They're very aware of the swing from the soft wall. But Tuck knows. And Tuck just has to bide a little bit of time as they hold door. They've been spotted. You don't have to keep peeking. You can sit a little further back, force them to you. The flashes come forward, and Exotic will place behind wall. The damage to the flank. It's not the time to swing, Tuck! Ace for the Exotic Boxfish! Evergreen are fed singles after singles. A shark that's let the minnows swim directly into their mouth. Putnam City can't stop swinging. And what could have been a 4-4 split already into round 9 is now 5-3 thanks to it.
An absolute showstopper. The amount of times this gosh darn Evergreen roster has left me speechless, Scott. And I already talked too much, I know it.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
But Boxfish's ability to know and understand their utility usage, to continue and know that every round is obtainable. That's why you fight until the very last second. We talked about miracles, and that felt like a self-made one. Putnam City, making mistake after mistake. They did so good. The operator selection countered Evergreen, despite the extra operator switch phase, the attack phase. We can go for those 6 picks. Still utilizing every single bit of utility they have.
5 seconds
Just
left.
isolating the one kill after the other. And if we go and even look towards that nitro cell that could have been cooked at any single moment, you gotta be ready for that. You always need to have that crouch hold you could be taking, the lean and throw. Get it set up, and if you need to toss it out, it will force your opponent to run back. You don't even need to detonate it. You can go try to throw it out. The sound of the rip will oftentimes be so audible when you're trying to keep comms quiet, when you're just trying to play for each and every single soundbite you can get. That nitro rip is a terrifying noise to behold. The same way you can use the pin of a grenade being pulled and switching off of it, or a flashbang and switching off of it. It's a very good strategy to be using, and it's just an absolute wonder that on the side of Putnam City, they weren't able to capitalize on a team that's been so strong on defense nonetheless.
So many errors that can go wrong in a round in Putnam City. Look at that and have to realize how many of them were their responsibility. So a lot of the times errors are forced, and it's well attacking play. It's good at defending play that forces the error out of the opposing side. That's something that's called a macro game to force a micro mistake. And whether or not you're studying this with a microscope or you're just trying to understand the basics, Evergreen played their game and recovered from an impossible thing by letting Putnam make the mistakes first in this round. What started the last with a huge lead for Putnam City, getting frags out in open space. That is not going to be the case this time. Leilu, who was a threat down inside of sight, now off the board, relegated to default cam and yokai cam duty, as they see the extension of these players up to the second floor. They're hunting for something. They're trying to find the spot of safety to get this hatch destroyed. There's no nitro, there's no nothing from Tuck to send forward and upwards to try to deny that. The hatches will go down, but it's a flank from Bray-K. Who takes down 2? Who else? Whether it was server last round, down blue stairs, or inside printer, and up towards square this time, Bray-K just creates for Putnam City.
Good attempt to use the yokai drone. Now it's going to be about the information that can be gathered. Good job by Low Diff. I like this 0 pick, especially when it comes to being able to provide your team with information beyond the grave. You also have all the defender abilities, so there's a lot that can be watched by the players who are not on the board. But time is all but limited. Snuff to get one onto Low Diff. Has the yokai drone potentially. Tone going for the plant. He's going to have to spray right between the walls. Plant will not be successful. Denied by Tuck. Putnam City making up for the mistakes they made previously. And they'll be able to snap right back into it. As they're down 5-4. As this one remains eerily close.
And with the loss in the round prior, Putnam City can just return right back to their first objective of choice. They can hit back up to the second floor. And Evergreen had a poor enough performance in that round that they, I think, have conceived that they need a timeout. They can talk about last round. They can digest what happened. They can say, hey, we went for something here, and Breakay is just so darn annoying. Which is what every team the entire weekend and probably the whole season has said about Xylix, but they seemingly have one of their own right now. And it's not just one, it's two. Because where Breakay extends, Snuff sits back. And that was almost a total different strategy from what we saw from this Putnam City side earlier in the first series between Evergreen and Putnam City, where Snuffed was out there roaming. It may not matter. Evergreen need 2 rounds to guarantee a third, to guarantee Chalet that we know they're good on. They devastated Colony on this map. They rocked every team we've seen them here with a good showcase on Chalet, and they need to get there. They have to get there. The players need to decide how much do they want it. And the answer should be a lot. You want that just shy of 4K in scholarships, or do you want to go home with a 2,500 scholarship? I think I know what the answer is, Aiden. These players want to walk home with 750 each.
It sounds like a pretty dang good deal, especially as you're going and looking towards that next step in your education stream. Absolutely wonderful.
These players are good enough to earn a scholarship as well.
Oh, very much so.
Not just winning a scholarship, to earn a scholarship under programs.
5 seconds left.
No, it's amazing, and
But
one
every
of the
little bit
biggest opportunities I stress to any person in high school with any scholarship: apply, no matter where you are. Check the eligibility and apply. It makes zero difference. You can go and apply, and if you find a group of them where you can go and change your application to be eerily similar with a few key changes, my friend, get it done. What I did was, especially my final year of high school, I made sure to carve out time every single week. I treated it like an extra class. I treated it like a job.
Don't treat it like that, because you don't know if these kids pay attention in class. You know,
treat it like your favorite class.
Treat it as a prep phase. Treat it as VOD review time.
Yes.
You know,
Thank you, Scott. Because you know Breakay's been doing that prep time.
Oh, and it's working.
Oh, wonders. That's double digits. Leading the entire
Snuff now.
Tied to lead the lobby. Snuffed got some competition. You thought it would have been Xylix? No. Xylix has been relatively quiet.
Kept quiet.
The
Map
rest
one
of
and
Evergreen.
now 2.
Map 1 had moments of greatness, but now every other player on Evergreen has stepped up. So if Xylix can snap on and go absolutely wild,
That's wild. Unfounded. Snuffed. Your secondary player, though, off the board. That is ridiculous. The drop from Hatch, you catch him in perfect time. Weapons not out at the ready. But the fact you still get it. Unbelievable. You lose Breakay, though. Sacrifices have to be made for ridiculous things like that. Karma showing that at least part of it is real here. The justice is served for Evergreen. Tuck has a drone out inside lobby, hoping to find some intel off the back of the yokai. Up and down it goes, nothing up on elbow, and now they'll be quite worried about hallway as the smoke canister is up. But it's a DB-Note exotic boxfish who tossed it, and now Xylix is down as well. Rezis is spraying through the wall. Wildfire for Putnam City's defense, and Luxt is in a very poor spot. 4 players in front of them. 1 player down at their ankles, not able to get much further away for the possibility of a res. They'll have to lap back around through square to get to the opposing side. But even that may not be safe. Who knows what Putnam City are willing to extend to. Safety is the #1 priority, and they'll play it smart. They'll sit back. It's 15 seconds now elapsed and time is starting to tick even more in favor of Putnam City. One player, can you find them towards windows? Another just behind the castle barricade, but the couch is denying the feet hole. Nothing to do except swing your players and win your ones, and they can't. Putnam City tie this map up now 5-5. And already leading the series, it's disastrous for Evergreen when their timeout leads them to a no-win again on the same objective.
This is where things get interesting.
New site.
Because of the round loss, it kind of offset where you'd have your tertiary bomb site. A round loss followed by 2 wins still means you got to go to that tertiary bomb site. Staff room open area, going to be the selected one. Good to see the Meister, good to see the Mira. I need to see a good amount of an extension. Otherwise, it's going to be very scary considering all the vertical havoc that can happen up above. But you still have some safe spots. The Meister cam, I got a gut feeling right now, Scott. Should now stay alive. They've done a great job of doing that. With only 5 deaths in 11 rounds.
Attackers have located a bomb.
There's a real question of if you can utilize all 3 of those Meister camps, because you put them on 3 different walls. The moment there's 1 player left, it's an easy zap, 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 zap. Point and click. Simple as that. There's a lot that can be done with an Evil Eye in combination even with a Mira charge, or, oh, no, there's no Goyo, because you can also detonate a Goyo canister, shoot drones, deny utility. If one of your players dies and you notice they drop a phone, you can use that Maestro camera to go and shoot that phone. No stress. If you couldn't tell, I'm a huge Maestro fan. But I digress. We have an entire round ahead of us, round 11, one that can put one of these teams onto match point. And if you're the Putnam City Pirates, that is map point, match point, series point, championship point. Ooh, it's getting exciting. It's getting hot in here, Scott. But still, all 5 players managing to stay alive for the first 40 seconds of the round. That's pretty good. Breakay taking a little bit of chip damage, almost proving me wrong just as I say it.
Breakay's first frags have been pivotal for Putnam City's resurgency in the second half. Whether it's a sneak up for 2 or even just a simple trade, it's been a no-brainer for success for Putnam. And whether the Pirates can repeat that success story off the back of Breakay, or they'll have to reevaluate and readjust, time will tell. The first blood does favor Evergreen. It's Leilu off the board. There's Rez's now with K1A. Playing the Vigil instead of Breakay. Refragged, though. It's Lux in return. As you can see the Ram drone going down, but it is Breakay. Who else? The T5 SMG takes down 2. And there is a possibility for more, but a wise decision and a wise drop down from Breakay dissolves themselves from the dangerous scenario at hand and maintains the Putnam City roster advantage as time continues to tick. And it's just a matter of excellence to keep your sightlines away and your body away from the sightlines from up above, but the floorboards haven't been cleared by the Ram drones tossed out. And there's still 1 left. So there's always more to work with and always more sightlines to be wary of if you're Putnam City. There's only 1 site to hide within, Satan.
Snuffed seeming relatively safe playing all the way back by Printer. This next Ram drone might compromise that a little bit, but still sitting pretty comfy. They might actually have a great opportunity to use that Evil Eye. Low diff already being at around 50 health points means it would be a relatively quick zap. Interesting choice to go down below. Not sure what angle they hope to open up. Smoke grenade being cooked in. 25 seconds to go. Let's go, Pirates. You got to kick it into high gear here. There's no more drones remaining. They're both going to have to punch at this one. Smoke tossed out. Meister cams can also see through smokes. Spray with the Alda. Don't even need it. Putnam City. Moving on to map. Match point. Series point. Championship point, Scott. Scholarships on the line. And they get it done.
This is the team that wasn't able to perform at the level they wanted in spring. A fall major championship roster. a school who's been in the HSEL for 3 years, took down Vianney, the number 3 seeded team, a 2-1 in the finals of fall, but couldn't get through that spring session with a good enough record. Couldn't get through at all. Made it through as the 13th seed in the playoffs, got knocked out by Blue Valley at the time. In round 16. Round of 16, if you want to be, it's a bracket. You understand how brackets work. And they're an accoladed program. They won Esport Program of the Year in 2023, and I'm sure that their fall major played a big key to this.
10 seconds to go.
The Pirates have history, and they want to be doomed to repeat it. But spring wasn't it. So now they fall back to nationals, the grander stage, the grandest stage of HSEL. And they're now here in the finals, dropped by Evergreen to the lower and surviving against Palmdale. No, thriving against Palmdale. And they locked the head off of them on Nighthaven. But map 2 has been humbling, but they've gotten to series to championship point. Can they do it? Defensively, they're the best we've ever seen in HSEL. And they've got their chance now into the final possible round before OT is guaranteed or Putnam are put through to an interview. Snuffed! They get the first. Break goes crazy, hoping for a run out. No one there to deny or go for a kill. They'll be able to step down into sewers and exotic. The turnaround break cost you your life. And it's an even 4 versus 4 now with Evergreen tying it up.
That's the second ring from the Dokkaebi. Xylix will now have to watch the cams as Exotic has grabbed access to them. With a minute 35, they have a lot of great options. Snuffed. Another great ability of those yokai drones that we have not talked about nearly enough is the ability to stagger drones. To be at a Montang, you can go and make it on extend. But a big thing here is
too much time on this first floor.
They're not getting set. This is a site that won by attrition. You need to keep on fighting and fighting for every single bit of ground you can grab. Not to mention the fact you have C4s you can contend with, both of which have already been dispersed by Putnam City. You have a good ability.
They don't know where the denial devices are. They don't know where the electro claws are.
It's gonna be one on gunfight alone.
They can't take the gamble.
Putnam City. Putnam City's in the advantage seat, and they don't even know
it's a drop through elevator. 3 stacked in elevator. Evergreen. They're gambling with the championship on the line, and the pings hits, and Leilu hits. Off with Exotic. Barricades up. You don't gotta contend with A site just yet. But Leilu's not done. Through the door, out the hole, but Tun keeps them back. Fall back upstairs as a double for Snuffed. Feet have been spotted. They'll force themselves forward. The angle, trapped in a corner. It's over! Putnam City! Rezes and Leilu secure the victory in Putnam. Secure championship points and 2-0 the Evergreen Valley side. A revenge game and a championship for HSE Nationals.
That is one to remember here, Scott. The Putnam City Pirates, in easily the best defense and consecutive defenses I have ever seen in all of my time casting. So very consistent. Not conceding any through small mistakes on each and every single one of those defensive rounds. I got to highlight. The other team did not beat them. They lost it.
Yeah.
That is a staggering statement for me to be making. I love to critique defenses. But the work was put in and it paid off. Putnam City are your champions.
And
That
I'm
is
sure
unbelievable.
I'm sure they're very, very happy with their performance, as they should be. To have Evergreen get that map advantage, the band advantage, I should say, thanks to knocking them down 2-1 in that upper finals in the first place, to come back for their revenge, make quick work of Palmdale, a team that we were like, hey, this is a number 8 seeded team that stepped up and beat every piece of competition they could ask for, to put them away easily, and then square off also 2-0 the Evergreen Valley side. Putnam, fall was just a start, and Nationals is their conclusion for this season. They are going to be that much more squared away as a team and the team to look out for as the seasons of HSEL continue. It took them 3 years in HSEL to be as accoladed as this. And my goodness, 3 years well worth. Evergreen, you're too green. It's your first season, and you're not going to take home the national gold this time.
Well, I'm very, very amazed with the Cougars' performance, especially with what we saw up until that point. They've done an absolutely amazing job, especially with the limited time they've been in this league. I'm looking forward to what they have to continue in the future. And I got to say, coming in and just going absolutely crazy all the way up to the second place, that is pretty good.
It's very impressive. It's unbelievably impressive. Yeah, nothing can be understated the value at which Evergreen were having. And a lot of the core problems we saw from them today were stemming from, well, individuals on map 1, maybe they just weren't warmed up, and it's something that they can start to work with their coaches and work with the staff and for their program and say, hey, we need a little bit better warm-up methods. We need something along that, right? Like anything like that to help out would destroy those difficulties you have for that first map of labs, right? For a team that wants to play labs, I assume you're really darn good at it. And that just wasn't given the space to shine through that first map. And you just got to be a little bit more cognizant of that as you prep into it. And the second map, that's the closest we were expecting. That's the same level of closeness we had in map 1 for Putnam v Evergreen in their upper final game just this weekend. We got to see a little bit of that glimpse. And it ends with Putnam taking it in a 2-0 fashion. And if you want to escalate your program to be anywhere near as accoladed as a fresh program like Evergreen stepping up into the HSEL for their first semester, or a team like we see Putnam Pirates are, Putnam City through for the 3 years in HSEL, well, then you can look to one of the sponsors here for HSEL Nationals. It's Valor. Elevate your school's esports training. The Valor training platform offers a premium experience tailored for players at all levels. Valor's platform ensures effective skill development and progress tracking with structured roadmaps, categorized learning, and interactive quizzes. Their esports schools who join Valor before June 30th will receive the summer holiday period free, giving students the perfect opportunity to train and level up during the break. Power your esport athletes with Valor's superior training and educational support. Don't miss out. Book a call with the HSEL or MSEL rep to learn more today. Huge shout out to them and the rest of our sponsors, who we'll touch on a little bit more after a break here, Zayden. As we get ready for an interview with one of the players on Putnam City, let's see what they have to say for themselves after such a solid victory in the grand finals, taking home the biggest prize pool of them all. Don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss.
The educators to kind of, help guide them through, these different avenues that they want to go through and explore. Now our district has passed a bond where they're actually going to put $500,000 towards building eSport labs in all of our 5 zones. So we're really excited about that and how they're going to build it out. And that may never have happened had, this group not have, persisted and, kept at it to continue to play and put Geyer, Texas or Den, Texas on the map. Me coming from the outside, not ever playing Rocket League, but taking the time to sit back and learn and absorb as much as I could, it wasn't hard for me to see all of the different aspects that transcend, just beyond, esports in general. It goes across every plane.
Tired of looking for tutorials on YouTube that are designed to keep you watching instead of actually learning and practicing? Well, look no more. Here at Valor, we prioritize only relevant information so you can apply it in-game instantly. Sign up free today at valoresports.com.
I learn a lot from the kids. I kind of let them run things. I let them set their own captains and set their own practice schedules, and I will check in periodically to see how they're doing to offer guidance and ideas. I'm Brandon Bishop. I'm an educator, first and foremost. I'm a teacher. I teach social studies, history. As a kid, I grew up with like the console wars, so like PlayStation 2, we got one for Christmas, and that's kind of how I got into gaming. So yeah, I think the biggest skill that gaming can teach, especially with this at this level, is communication and cooperation. Watching the kids play and communicate, I learn a lot more, and so I can kind of see what things are working for them, what things don't. These kids are playing games on their own all the time, and they spend a lot of time on it. So I want them to harness that and turn it to something that can be used for like school pride. Like, look at these cool jerseys you can get. You win a game and you get on the morning announcements. They say your name and say you guys are winning, and the school gets to learn about your accomplishments. I really appreciate what you guys are doing. Thank you so much for inviting us down. I think we had some kids that were on the fence about being in the esports club, but getting them here, getting them to wear the school uniform, getting them to see what the company is like, I think that's going to spread. When they go back to school, they're going to talk to their friends. So this is a great opportunity. So you should definitely continue to do stuff like this. Invite schools down to see firsthand what the benefits can be.
They say the right tools can get any job done. We agree. Introducing Blueprint, the platform for educators built by educators. Blueprint is user-friendly, featuring drag-and-drop scheduling tools and a robust gradebook. Designed for the scholastic world, Blueprint empowers educators to create powerful course content. Plus, Blueprint is the exclusive provider of the popular Gaming Concepts curriculum. Learn more about how to gain access to Blueprint today.
I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about, because no one really, displays their passion for esports, because, it's not really seen as cool in a sense.
My name is Trey Curtis.
My name is Jordan Langford.
My gamer tag is Tapu.
My gamer tag is Swizz.
But what got me into gaming is the Wii, I think probably. My parents got me a Wii when I was really young. Played like Wii Sports, Super Mario.
Definitely my older brother, watching him play, you know, hearing about other kids in my school playing games. So yeah, that's really how I got into gaming.
I don't really do any like extracurricular things. I take like AP classes and honors classes, but besides that, I don't really do anything extracurricular. So having like esports, like something I like to do a lot, I think it's just really cool, especially like being able to do it with friends and things like that.
I love the guys, you know, we practice a lot together, you know, it takes a lot of chemistry to make a team work. You know, we haven't lost a game in the regular season yet, and the 3 tournaments we've played in so far. And I think that's just because of our, you know, dedication, hard work, teamwork, you know, working together, you know, working things out when they don't exactly go how we plan them to. And I think that's a really good piece to our success is our chemistry.
I guess I wasn't really too talkative in school and stuff. Meeting like 2, they were juniors at the time, is like kind of cool as well because they added me to their group on Discord, and so like I kind of talked with a few people there. So I guess kind of brought me out of my own friend group a bit and like just talk to other people.
So I know a lot of people that, you know, love the game at my school. I mean, I play with a lot of them, but I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about because no one really, you know, displays their passion for esports because, you know, it's not really seen as cool in a sense. And I really think that can be put away, that stereotype.
The Putnam City side secured themselves a victory in a 2-0 fashion in HSEL Nationals Grand Finals, finally avenging the same roster, Evergreen Valley, that knocked them out of the upper finals side and got to coast their way through the remainder of the weekend and now the remainder of the majority of this week before the Grand Finals came through. And they came in on a hot streak, a defensive showcase of excellence. And while there was only a couple Mars on their record on that defending side, they played it perfectly enough to give them that little bit of a clinical edge come map 2 on Bank to secure themselves that victory 7-5. So to them and to the victors go the spoils, the $750 per player, just short of that $4K total in scholarships. And now we get to pick the brain. The IGL is snuffed. Let's go ahead and welcome them on in here. Big congratulations again to Putnam Valley and the whole roster that's up behind them with the trophies and everything else in between. The cheer session goes on. How you doing, Snuffed?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Doing absolutely wonderful, especially after a great showcase you just gave us on those first 2 maps, as well as the closing 2 maps. Honestly, it looked like Palmdale gave you guys more trouble in the first map and the second map than the entirety of the first map against Evergreen Valley. What could conceivably possess you guys to take them 7-1 on their own map pick?
We had actually hoped to take them to like an off map, like Skyscraper and Night Haven. So we ran those down prior to playing. And I don't know, it just worked in our favor. We feel like that they tried to take us to an off card, but we already had it.
They thought they could catch you off guard, but you weren't caught slacking. All right, understandable. Zayden?
I got more of a question. 14 consecutive rounds, won all on the defensive end. You can all give each other a big pat on the back for that one because that takes clear-cut communication and understanding your roles. Can you talk a little bit about playing as an IGL and the prep work that goes into every single one of the rounds and making sure that a setup works in every single scenario?
I don't even know. The biggest thing is keeping them all in check from yelling over each other. But once we once we lock in and start going, it's like a flow and everybody does. The guy that's not here, me and him have insane chemistry together, and I don't know. It's just kind of like a natural thing.
That's great, and I'm very happy to hear that because it's just being able to work with people, and that communication element is so very key and a skill that you can continue and transfer into just about all elements of life. And very much congratulations on your win because as you're showing, it takes a lot of work and having to play back-to-back matches. Did that weigh in on the way you went into this match here today? Did you think, okay, I got to play 2 matches to win this? Did that change any sort of mental prep?
No, I thought we were gonna be totally exhausted after the first set of games against Palmdale, but I think we got like a second kick of adrenaline playing Xylix and them, so
Fair. We were worried about that. We were worried about the exhaustion. We were worried about the mental battle that a lot of high schoolers face. I mean, the younger you are, the typically harder it is to recover from being stuck in maybe a drought of rounds. And I think that was something that really plagued Evergreen Valley. And for you guys, obviously, wasn't that big of a deal. You guys did come away negative in the first half on bank, but besides that, it was nearly flawless performances here. There, a couple of Mars on your record, a couple of poor rounds, and maybe some ego swings and needed to be a little bit adjusted. But overall, you guys played a ridiculous set of games throughout the entire weekend and throughout the entirety of HSEL Nationals, and more specifically in your 2 series today. So to that end, congratulations again for your just short of $4,000 in scholarships. I'm sure you all are plenty happy. You got plenty of trophies behind you. You have your teammates holding them up and all excited about it. So I'm sure you guys aren't no strangers to success and finding yourselves in victory. But it is a little bit different to doing it and not just a major side like y'all had done for fall, but also for the national side y'all had done here. So give you that big prep. Congratulations again. I'll give you 1 chance to shout out, maybe 3 chances. Shout out however many people you really want to. If you want to shout out your family, your friends behind you, teammates, your program lead, or anything like that, please, Snuff, take the lead as an IGL one last time here for HSEL Nationals and give them the shout out they deserve.
Shout out my girlfriend. Shout out HJ. Shout out Nile OKC. Shout out Araceli. Shout out Breakhead. Shout out Tug. And yeah, that's about it. Shout out Warlick.
There you go. Big shout outs all across the board. Thank you very much, Snuff. It was a pleasure
Jaden,
having you
and
in once
Jaden.
again.
Jaden's not here. Blue.
All right. There we go. There's your shout out. Thank you very much, Snuff. It's a pleasure having you here, and congratulations again to Putnam City High School. And Zayden, with that, that is the end of our interview and the end of our show, actually, for HSEL Nationals. It's been a pretty wild ride throughout the weekend, and despite the delays and technical problems that occurred everywhere in between, it still ends at the end of it with a great show of the lower finals and grand finals for that championship to step forward. So once more, Colony, they stepped up, played a really great series of games. We saw them all weekend, had a really great job. Palmdale, they stepped up. They get 3rd place. They get a piece of the pie. They get a piece of the price. Well, they get scholarships as well as Evergreen Valley, who step into 2nd place, do the exact same thing. But that big piece, the just short of 4,000, it goes to the Putnam City side, the Pirates, who will now be stepping themselves on home, or maybe I should say coasting on back home to revel in their victories, Aiden.
Very, very well deserved. And this is a team that consistently played their game the entire weekend. We talked about certain win conditions previously, and in the form of shutting down Xylex. That was another condition that was met today. I don't know how Putnam managed to do it. Understanding your opponent is one of the most important parts of Siege, and they did just that. They played in a way that made their opponents question the way they wanted to play themselves, and that's a very, very troubling line of thought, and I gotta hand it to the Pirates. I very much admire the work that they put in and were able to utilize this weekend.
Yeah, it was very impressive. Xylex was their win condition for so many of their games that even Palmdale were saying, we just got to shut down their most impressive player, which then was Xylex. And in doing so, you've now created as many feasible options, as many outcomes Doctor Strange style of victory ahead of you. And Xylex wasn't given the chance to heat up. And I think a lot of that comes off of laps where even when they did heat up, being the top frag for their side, it wasn't enough to get the rest of the team to highlight themselves as well. Just the couple of times you're able to shut down Xylex and keep them silent is enough times to make the rest of the team feel uncomfortable and just shut down that Evergreen Valley Cougar side, who are just so dangerous of a force. But none of this could have been possible for the HSEL Nationals without our sponsors. Big shout out to Oakley, to Intel, and to Valor. Tons of different fundamentals and principles you can look into as well that are supplied here for the HSEL. Check out the gaming concepts for that, whether you want to start helping your students get involved in shoutcasting and business management, anything on the esports side or gaming side in general, or program lead side. You're definitely going to want to go and check out all of those. But that's it for HSEL Nationals. That's it for me and for Gnosis, as well as Zayden, aka Binks Cast, here in the booth. Big shout out to the producers behind the scenes and you, the viewers, as well as the players for showing up and being involved. We'll see you guys next time for HSEL. Let's get these kids involved in more tourneys.